fuck it. Hi, cuties. Hello, I have missed you. It's been all of, what, 2 days? Yeah, we're just skipping over the timer. Don't even worry about it. I just felt like jump scaring y'all. What did you think? Did you like my jump scare? Was it enjoyable? How's everybody doing, sweethearts? It's a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm just gonna start the stream as I seem to regularly do while we are streaming from the US, but there may be crashes, there may be some stream crashes. We actually had really good luck on our art stream last time, but it seems like ZA drives my ROG ally crazy, so if that is too frustrating, just come visit us anytime after the 1st of January and everything will be all good. No pressure on my home rig or anything. But if we do crash, I'll be back within about 30 seconds because it doesn't crash the whole entire ally. It just crashes OBS, so then just reopen it and we're fine. Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome in, sweethearts. Welcome in, awesome Aussie. How are you doing, cutie Aussie? It's great to see you. Thank you so much for coming in, darling. I appreciate it. Sweetest Strat, welcome in, even though someone should be asleep. We all agree on that, right? Everybody agrees that Strat needs to go to sleep. Yep, we do. Strat, I did watch the clip though. It's very cute. I like it a lot. Thank you so much for all the effort you put in on that one as well. Let's see. Awesome Aussie uppies! Oh, and Storm wants a head pats. Thank you for the head pat, sweetheart. And Fabulous Firemind, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for the care package. Today we have coconut LaCroix. Te amo, LaCroix. I think those are different languages, that's okay. Incredibly Tommy! Hi, sweetheart, welcome in. Radical Radish, welcome in. Swedish Shadow, hello! Welcome in. Sweet Storm, welcome in. How's all of my beloved Aussies, all of you waking up for work this morning? I hope that you guys have some exciting stuff planned for Hump Day. You know, I actually don't think I've heard any Australian call it Hump Day. I think that's a very American thing. Aussies, do you call Wednesday Hump Day? Or do you have enough potentially, like, innuendo-adjacent casual innuendo? You know, like taking the piss. Okay, one of my friends sent me a reel over on Instagram, and they were like, I actually wish that I had my phone right now because I could tell you all of them. But like, apparently an Aussie who is the sole Aussie in their group of American friends was like, "Oh, I'm just taking the piss," and one of the girls in the group was like, "You're doing what? Why are you taking my pee?" And I was like, "Oh, I guess that is kind of how that gets perceived, huh?" Anyway, sorry, Australians. Just a little loopy today. Nick's just says jam slice. Welcome in, sweetheart. Good main to you, Radical Ram. How are you doing, sweetie? It's a pleasure to see you. Oh shit, Ram out here with an 85 stream streak. That's amazing. Thank you so much, sweet Radish. That's crazy. 85. I wish I could like sign with my hands. I started to do it and then I was like, oh, you can't see it. 85 though, the dedication. Oh my god. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. That is absolutely outstanding. Especially with the different time zone. Terrific Tinge, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? It is so good to see you, cutie pie. Precious Perry, how are you? Thank you for coming in. Thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream as well. Fabulous Frostbite, how are you, cutie pie? It is so good to see you again as well. How's your day going? Magnificent May, how are you? How are you? It's so good to see you. Excellent Eon, good morning to you. I also just love how Eon clearly came in here, saw my message or saw everyone else being like, Strat, go to bed. And then they were like, I'm not gonna say go to bed. I'm just saying night. You have no choice then. It's not a demand. It's not a request. It is just, I'm saying goodnight to you. Good night, Strat. Let's see. Dearest Dustin, welcome in, cutie pie. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for popping in. Oh, I won't say anything. I won't say anything. We do not acknowledge. Kaze! Hi there, Cutie Kaze. Welcome in. How are you? It is so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Oh, was it scary? I'm so sorry if I scared you with my sudden appearance. Kaze! Sweetheart, thank you so very much for the resub, darling. Thank you so much for the incredible dedication, support, generosity. Thank you, Cutie Kaze. I really appreciate it. I can't believe it's been 3 months as well. That is incredible. Hi there, sweetest Skunkalicious. It has been a minute, but it's good to have you back, sweetheart. How are you doing? Amazing apparition. Welcome in. How are you doing? I missed most of the last stream, sadly, but gonna get through this one, or at least until I have to pass out. That is totally fair, Cutie Kaze. What time is it for you, sweetie? How far are we in ZA? Very early days. We have upgraded our rank to Y. So yeah, we've done exactly one battle. Well, one kind of battle. We just, actually, I think what we're doing today, excuse me. I think what we're doing today is we're gonna start by helping out our new detective lady friend. Is her name Anna or Emma or something? I've just been rewatching Link Click again, so I forgot if her name's Emma or if it's Anna or if it's something else, but anyway. Oh, sorry, it's because I'm not touching the, there we go. Just taking a mental break from trying out Stationeers. What is Stationeers, pray tell, fabulous Firelight? We do say hump day. Hump day, it's Thursday. Oh, that would be why I probably haven't heard it from you. Because it's currently Thursday. That's right. Aussies don't have Wednesdays, guys. You heard it here first. I'm sorry. Okay, good point. I haven't really heard Australians say it, but I haven't. I'm only, you gotta remember, I'm only 6 years old in Aussie time. I only started existing 6 years ago, so perhaps I need to be older to experience the hump day, let's see, no more ads. Yippee! Yay, Cutie Kaze, I'm so happy for you. Thank you so very much. I'm so sorry about the ads, by the way, you guys, because of having only one screen. I don't have as much control over them as I normally do when I'm back in Oz, but yeah. Having an A+ day after getting my first A+ Uma run. Whoa, Frostbite, that's fucking amazing. Congratulations. Darling. Rah, darling, indeed. Sweetest Solar, suddenly I am here. And you're so welcome here, Cutie Solar, welcome in. How are you doing? Good afternoon to you. I think I've been around for longer, but can't always sub because renting joys. And it has just gone over 8 p.m. Oh, fair enough, Cutie Kaze. Oh, we will be going until just about midnight for you, I think. But if you need to go to sleep, please don't hesitate to do so, Cutie Kaze. I cannot vouch for the potential of... Raw, darling! Ah! My own voice scared me, thank you. Thank you very much. I cannot vouch for the relaxation potential of this stream because this Pokemon without the turn-basedness is really intense to me, so I've been screaming a lot. Hi there, lovely Lolbit. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I gotta go to work with my many meetings this morning. We'll have to abandon stream. No! Okay, that's okay. Eon, I hope you have an absolutely spectacular day. Lizard. Wait. Lizard. Wait, again? What's happening? Lizard. Okay, I count that. 4th time's a charm. But yes, Eon, have a wonderful day at work. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. I miss you. It's good to see you here, and we'll see you later. Have a wonderful day. It's 3 in the afternoon on Wednesday. It is 12 in the afternoon on Wednesday for me. Yummy. 3 p.m. at work for me. Still 2 hours to go. Oh, fair enough, Sweet Solar. Oh man, you had to get up so early today. For me, but also just probably in general for you. You had to get up early, huh? I've got my tea, I've got a Tao stream up, and these cats are getting love done. Now I'm ready for another night at work. Oh, give the kitties our pets for us, please. Terrific Tianj. Why are we yucky? What have I done that's yucky? Probably a lot of stuff. Doing all right, Tao. Any thoughts on getting the emotes for your FF14 off stream? I wish I could, Solar, but my my ally, I might try. When does it go until? I did see that. Thank you for tagging me, by the way. When does the event go until? You're in a lot of pain, Ram! Oh no, what happened? Are you okay? Was it like gym stuff, or was it something else? Are you playing the base game story? I am, lovely Mudge. Yeah, I am indeed. I am playing through for the very first time. I've never played this before. Scuffed yeah, pretty scuffed lizard, yeah. I think the Tengia gets confused. Lovely Lobbits! Sweetheart, thank you so very much for the and the 10 stream streak. You got a double whammy there. Sorry, I got confused. Should we go play around at this Poke Cafe, by the way? I'm not sure. I'm trying to make sure that I can save. Hold on. We got to save. Thank you for the save, by the way, lovely Lobbit. And thank you for your dedication of 10 streams. That's crazy. Thank you, darling. Much appreciated. Let's see. I will probably pass out in a couple of hours because work in 12 hours. Oh, that's so fair, Cutie Kaze. I hope you have a great day at work tomorrow, though. The story is fun. I know the DLC dropped today. I did see that, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna get buried, but that's okay. If anyone's looking for a new streamer to enjoy them freaking out and playing through the base game, hello, I'm here. I will tell you, I did get the DLC, not DLC, the mystery gift Charizard though. And that Charizard is pretty cool. I haven't used it yet, but I did look at it and it's very pretty. But we won't use it because it's a bit like playing playing through Persona 5 Royal and then using all of the massively OP personas. So we're not gonna do that. Don't worry, we won't do that. But I'll show you the shiny Charizard if it's, oh sorry, not shiny, sparkly. It's not a shiny Charizard. It is just a very impressive Charizard. Regular color. 17th till the 31st. Okay, awesome. Actually, Solar, I think I will be able to do that. The only issue is I do not want to remove my ally from the dock at the moment, lest I fuck it up and not be able to plug it back in properly. So I'm gonna wait until the final stream and then I will try out the stuff going on in Final Fantasy, I think. Excellent, Eugene! Welcome in, how are you? Wait, you got injured at work, Ram, what happened? Yes, Ty, I've been following for just over 6 months. Kaze! What an honor it is to have had you for such a long time. Thank you so much for being here. You should check out the mystery gifts if you have not. Ooh, okay. Oh, Alpha Charizard. Wait, is that the one I got or is it different? The event usually only takes about 30 minutes. Perfect. Awesome. Are you still in the US? I am, sweetheart. I will be back in the back in the Oz. Back in the States. Back in the United States of Australia. As of January 1. So anything that you see from me in 2026, okay, not all of 2026 necessarily, but everything that you see from me from the time that it turns 2026, you will have my 3D model back, and you will have all of your fun redeems back, and we won't have crashes. It'll be great. Uppies for lovely Lobbit. Uppies for you. Next stream will give me my 100 for my streak first night. That's amazing. How cool. Well, thank you for a 99. Thank you so much for a 99. That is incredible. Sounds good. If you need an escort, you know where Dustin and I are. Thank you so much, Sweet Soul. I really appreciate it. I would feel so bad, though, if I were to be like, hey, guys, can you come help me with this? And then it's just 30 minutes, and I'm like, okay, I gotta go now. You know, you guys are busy. I know you're busy. All right. So let's see what's going on here. We could go and see and do this stuff. I need to hold on. I need to rejig my my stuff here. I'm gonna do this. Actually. Oh, you know what I did get? I got a little what's it called? This one. Routes! I got a routes! So the only thing that I was doing offline without you guys was really boring shit. So basically my Totodile is leveled up enough to evolve, but I wasn't gonna do that without you guys. So he's not evolved yet. We can evolve him now. All I've been doing is running around catching Pokemon that are just in the wild zones and breaking the what are they called? Mega stones or whatever that are hanging out on the sides of buildings. And that's all I've been doing without you guys. So we will now continue our journey through Lumiere. Oh, Eugene, thank you so much for the 10 streak. week! That's amazing! Thank you for your dedication, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Let me see here real quick, though. Ram, what did you say? You said, I twisted it badly when I was picking something up. Oh no, Ram. Oh shit. Have you gone to the doctor or something? If it's a bad sprain or twist, then probably should go to the doctor and see what's going on. The Charizard is with the code, but under the link play menu, there's a mystery gift that you can get without the code. Oh, I did get a few of those. I did also see that there was another thing that got released. Is that something else I should check out? You did all that without us? How dare! To be honest, even if it was deemed boring, I'd still watch. Oh, thank you, Ozzy. It's just because we have such a short stream today, so I'm like, I wanna make sure that we actually get through some stuff. Wait, since when was Pokemon 3D? What did they do to my silly 8-bit game? I'm so out of loop. Oh my god. Yeah, it's pretty. We're gonna evolve our little Pouch Pal. Yay! What a way to start off stream. Let's go, Pouch Pal! What a cutie. All right, I'll let it slide. Thanks, Ozzy. But don't worry, Kaze. You can still. I love how this guy looks like a little. He reminds me of a caveman. He reminds me of a little caveman. The idea for a new move. We'll have to delete that, right? Delete one? Oh no. Wait, what? Oh, you can change it anytime you want. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's pretty cool though. Let me see. Yo, we are evolving! Sick Mohawk, right? I was just thinking about the caveman angle. See? You agree, Storm, you agree. Storm, how many Pokemon games have you played, actually? I think it's good that you did some grinding, because we can deal with the main story when you stream. That's right! That's what I was thinking. Oh, Bubble Bean. Ram! Sweetheart, thank you so much for the 5 gifted! Oh my goodness! Thank you, lovely! Holy crap! Thank you so much! That is so freaking generous! Thank you so much, Radical Ram. I'm making hearts with my hands. You just have to imagine it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you so much, Ram. I really appreciate it. That is so freaking generous of you. Thank you. Oh, I really appreciate you. Thank you, lovely. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. That is very, very kind. Very, very kind of you. Hi there, beautiful Brusk. Welcome in. How are you? Totodile has an amazing evolution line. I do like Feraligatr. It looks very cool. How many Pokemon have you played? Did you hear about the Totodile that refused to evolve? Its trainer tried and he just responded with Croconaw. Hey, that's really good, Tinge. Very topical, like extra topical. Not only are we playing Pokemon, we're playing with a Totodile. That's incredible. Good job. I love it. Well done. Thank you so very much, sweetheart. I really do appreciate it. Oh, why did it just crash? Okay, stream has not crashed yet, but you know how last time I was like, oh, I can't look at anything because my capture software just disappeared? It just disappeared. But you guys can still see it, which is just the strangest thing. Which means I have to watch stream to understand what's happening. I lost count. Does the card game count? Was it the digital card game? Did you play the digital card game? I thought I left the dad jokes when I moved out. I should have known better. No, we love the dad jokes. They're so good. Why would you ever get rid of those? Thank you so much again, lovely Ram. I really appreciate it. That is very, very generous. You know, you're not playing with Totodile. You're playing with a Croconaw. Jeez, get it right. Oh my bad, I'm so sorry. What do Growlithe and dogs have in common? They are canine. I love that, Eugene. That's very good. That makes me very happy. Okay, what do we need to do again? We didn't do any of her jobs. I specifically kept away from any of the jobs that she might want me to do. So let's go do these things because I think it's the ones. Let's start from up here. Oh, is that a Pokemon Center? Oh, it is. Let's go there, and then we'll be able to teleport back there. Oops, that was not the right button. Sorry, I was trying to run, and I pressed the right trigger instead. I'm also going the wrong way. Run this way. Oh, he's so big now! Look at the big boy! Big boy Pouch Pal. Wait a sec, how many side quests do we have? I think we just have a Holovator? I don't really get how Holovators work, but they got some fancy tech that warps you up and down. I'm so shocked by how cool they are, and I gotta give you something to share how I feel. Thanks, bud. I don't know if the paralyzed heal is something I should be cautious of, since I'm gonna try this new tech. Oh my god, it like disassembles you on the molecular level. That's pretty scary. Oh no, this game is real bad for me. This is exactly what has been happening. I keep on intending to go to wild zones just so that I can catch more Pokemon, and then I'm like, ooh, shiny things! Sparkling things! Fuck, I gotta get better at that, sorry. Anyway, Strat, sorry, what I meant to say is I'm pretty sure that we only have the 3 side quests that correlate with the 1 side quest that, yeah. Rusk, sweetheart, thank you so much for the 7 stream story. I appreciate you. Thank you, hon. Thank you for your dedication. 7, how's Pokerman's going? Pokerman's going well. I saw how nimble you were climbing up here. Extraordinary. I can tell you're something special. Thanks for showing me some great climbing. Here, take these as a little show of appreciation. Oh, I'll take Great Balls. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. Why can't you call them shiny? Am I missing context? Shiny things are best things. Okay, so in Pokemon, to say that something is shiny, it means that you have found a rare spawn that is a different color from the regular Pokemon. So for people who are lurking, oh, wait, I want that. We don't have that. We don't have that. If you say something is shiny in the world of Pokemon, it means that if someone is like lurking and then they're like, oh, you found a shiny thing, and then they're like, oh no, a shiny thing. You saw a sparkly thing on the ground. So I'm trying to be better about that because I don't want people to be like, oh, what? Oh, boo. I knew about the shiny Pokemon. I just assumed there was an inside joke I was missing. Oh, no. It's just that I feel really bad when people are like, oh, I stopped playing my game because you said shiny. And I'm like, shit, my bad. Sorry. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. Appreciate you, sweetheart. Including me. Yeah, shiny Pokemon gets people's attention. Sorry, I'm sorry, sweetheart. It's okay. I will endeavor to be better. You found a shot. No, I'm sorry, Orca. Welcome in, Orca. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Oh, we don't have any Bellsprouts. Oh, did I hit the one in front? Oh, shit. Okay, wait, no, that one's mad now. Wait, this one's... Okay. Okay, come back! No! No, you fucking... Freeze! Freeze! Okay, we better actually fight this guy. I am using the wrong Pokemon for it. Oh, it doesn't matter, though. Because he's way over level for him. Could make it a clickbait title if you wanted to. Well, that's true. That would be mean. Tau finds shiny things everywhere. Doing good, but gotta run. Oh, work is calling. All good, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming in and saying hi. We miss you. I hope you have a great day at work. Ooh, look at that. That was very efficient. Oh, a Pidgeotto. Shit. We might be a little bit fucked because I can't see my Pokemon's health bar behind my head. So many items picked up, yeah. Fuck you, okay. Oh, okay. Our little guy definitely needs some assistance. We will get him some assistance. Oh, did we catch it? Okay, I'm so sorry. I promise we're actually gonna play the game. I promise we're actually gonna. I love how the bite looks in this. It is actually really cool. I like the graphics that they've got in this, as far as like the move sets. Okay, let's fall to our deaths. I really feel like they should trigger that a lot sooner than they do. Like the little Rotom catching you. I feel like it's a little bit late when you're a foot off the ground. Still waiting for a move-in date. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, I'm gonna ignore everything unless it's something really, really special. Your arm should be broken every time you do that. Precisely! Those are my thoughts exactly. I'm like, that looks more painful than just landing on the ground. Oh, wait, no, wait. Okay, first things first. Get to the Pokemon Center so that we can teleport there. Money doesn't grow on trees, but... You should keep your eyes peeled for sparkling things on the ground around Lumio City. If you pick them up and sell them, you can become rich in no time at all. Here, I'll even gift you some tiny mushrooms I found on the ground so you can see for yourself. Just sell them at this Pokemon Center. Don't mind if I do. I have been given an important question I apparently need to ask, according to one of my best mates. Tau and chat, what is your favorite cheese? I really like Parmesan, and I really like the super, super, super sharp cheddar. Delicious. Or at least your wrist's true. Thank you for the forecast, hey. Much appreciated. They should give you a Mary Poppins landing, and they should. Hi there, cutie cat. Welcome in. How you doing? It's good to see you. Got a lot of inventory, but no gigantic visible backpack. Revolutionary, hey? Yeah, exactly. Sharp cheddar. Yeah, okay. Sharp cheddar is one of my favorites because it hurts my mouth so much when if it's like the first thing I eat, and does anyone else know what I'm talking about there? Like, it hurts. Like, if you have not had sharp cheddar as the first thing in your morning, you do not understand how much your taste buds like get overwhelmed by it. Thank you for the save, Cutie Ram. Much appreciated. We will save right now. Someone cut the cheese, am I right? But I'm just... I will report back to them. Their autistic hyperfixation at the minute is cheese, so they make me ask the question. That is a-okay. Happy to provide that information. But the most important question, of course, Kaze, what is your and your friend's favorite cheeses? Are you eating it alone and not cooked? Yeah, I'm just eating it like I'm taking a bite out of it. Hi there, cutie Sooty. How are you? What a way to pop back into a stream. It's so good to see you, Sooty. Welcome, welcome.
Oh, my back. Pardon me, dear. Are you here to help with my request? I lost my ring here in the Jarmuspian Cemetery, you see, and it's very important that I get it back. Oh, gosh, my poor back. I was visiting a loved one's grave when a wild Pokemon of all things jumped out of nowhere. Oh, did it ever give me a fright? I took a tumble from the shock and my, what a mess it was. Wild Pokemon running all over Lumios. The cemetery turning into a wild zone. Why, I would never have lost my ring if not for this nonsense. At any rate, it was a Pokemon called Sableye that jumped out and gave me such an awful fright. As I recall, the particular species is weak only to the fairy type, so mind yourself if you run into it.
Ooh, that's what the missing one was. Me and you, old lady, me and you. I finally have a work schedule that isn't never being allowed to see sunlight, so that's pretty cool. That's great, Sooty. I'm happy to hear that you are actually able to have semi-regular sleeping now. Sore back, buddies. Ram, if it was your back, you really need to see a doctor about that. That's not anything you want to fuck around with. I think that might be why it hurts your mouth. It usually doesn't hurt mine if it's cooked, or maybe I have a strange mild allergy. Maybe you have a strange mild allergy. No, it's fine if it's melted. But like, I'm just taking it out of the fridge first thing in the morning, going, ow. Oh, for the record, I will commit crimes for good cheese. My favorite is whiskey white cheddar. Sounds bomb. I don't even know if I've tried that. I know I've tried white cheddar, but I don't know if I've tried whiskey white cheddar. That's not real good. To be honest, even though my first Pokemon game was X, I preferred the pixelated Pokemon games. They are very nostalgic. Even if it is your first, or not your first, the pixelated look is so, with the sprites and stuff, it's so nostalgic.
Skunk! Uppies for you, cutie skunk! Uppies for you!
Chef! Hi, cutie chef. Welcome in, Professor McGonagall in Lumio City. Actually, yeah, she does kind of look like Professor McGonagall, doesn't she, Chef? By the way, Chef, your most recent dish looked fucking amazing, as always. How are you doing? How is the early morning in Australia? I do shredded cheese only. Taking a bite out of a block is full gremlin, and I want to save the energy for something else. Well, I luckily have boundless energy, so...
I dropped my ring around the far end of the cemetery. I'd start searching there, dear.
Okay, if you say so. Okay. I would like to catch The music here is pretty. The far end, I hope she's talking about way over here. Oh god, I'm about to get ganked by a bunch of, wait! This is the spot. Do we get a little cutscene or does it just appear? Oh, it's investigate, okay. My favorite Pokemon game always has been and always will be Pokemon Platinum. Mine is, I always get confused, I think it's Diamond. It's a Sableye, and it looks like it's holding the ring you're searching for. Will you battle it to get the ring back? Yeah! I'm gonna send them this VOD so they can see all the cheese talk. Go for it! We would love that. Thank you for the 25 stream, cutie cat. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Oh my god, Sableye! I love them! They are pretty cool, aren't they? I love their shiny eye bulbs. Thank you so much for 25, darling. Much appreciated, cutie cat. That's amazing. Thank you for your dedication and support. I haven't played a Pokemon game since Black and White 2. Oh! Well, isn't this Black and White? Yeah, so this is still in Lumio, so this will be kind of reminiscent for you, huh? My favorite is Emerald. Oh, Emerald's good, Strat. Emerald's good. Best game ever. Do you mean that? Or would you like to take that back and say a Mega Man game is the best game ever? The pixelated games, especially Black and White, were so expressive with the animations. They were! That is true. That is true. Okay. We got into a battle with a wild Sableye. Wish me luck. Oh wait, it's okay, water. We gotta do a lot of water. Is it? I wanna catch that! Oh, did we catch it? I couldn't tell. There we go. Sableye was holding the cherished ring, and we got it! Okay. We will return the ring to our client. Did we catch it? Please tell me we caught it. I'm gonna be sad if we didn't catch it. I guess I can check, huh? Sparkly. Sparkly. Yay, we got it! Okay, good. I do love Mega Man Battle Network 6. It's so good. I haven't played any of the Mega Man games. X and Y is where the city's from? Oh, I thought it was Black and White. Sorry. Oh, I'm such a dunce. I only had a DSi, so I never got to experience the 3DS era and beyond. That's fair. That's fair. But now we got Switches and Switch 2s and blah, blah, blah. Crazy, there are only 2 Dark/Ghost Pokemon and they had no weaknesses until Gen 6. That is kind of crazy. I am sure you will encounter a shiny soon. I don't know, don't you need the shiny charm in this one to get shinies, kind of?
Oh, that's it! My ring! What? So that Sableye was carrying my ring around, was it? I didn't think wild Pokemon would have such good taste in jewelry. But now that I have it back, I won't let go of this ring anytime soon. It's the wedding ring my wonderful husband gave me after all. Thank you, dear. Truly. And please, take this for your troubles.
Yeah, we got a new Pokemon and we got money. Let's go.
You know, perhaps I'll ask someone to place this ring atop my grave after I've passed on.
I don't think that you can expect people to not take that.
Who knows? Maybe a Sableye will make off with it again.
Aww.
If so, I hope it brings the Sableye some happiness. It's the least I could do to reward its good taste, whether it's a wild Pokemon or not.
Oh my god, can you imagine how good that would be for for an elderly lady to be like, you know what? I think my spirit Pokemon is actually Sableye. This incredibly warped, like, otherworldly, void-sent creature. I can't get a Switch, just a PS5. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. I wish that Pokemon was released on other systems, or like PC. Imagine the stuff they could do if they didn't have to worry about the limited tech. Oh, we gotta go over. Stop. Fuck. Fine. That's close enough, I hope. We shall see. Is it this way? I think it's this way. Limited, yeah, tech that they, because, I mean, all of the Nintendo handhelds are always, like, greatly appreciated, but I genuinely think that a huge part of it is just because they have such, oh, I gotta go inside. They have such specific games that are only exclusively available on their systems. Is Moir okay? Moir? Moir? Is this? Yeah, this is who we're talking to. I emulated Diamond on PC and modded it to have Thomas the Tank Engine sound effects? That's incredible. Did you play through the whole game like that? Well, hello! You're Emma's new helper, I take it. Okay then, let me get right to my request. You see, I'm terribly interested in Pokemon evolution. You're familiar with how Pokemon evolve, yeah? They transform and grow strong by gaining experience points in battle, becoming close to their trainers in all sorts of ways. Out of all the evolution methods out there, I'm most taken by those that require items to induce. So, I went to all sorts of effort to get myself such an item. In this case, a Thunderstone! Can I have an Eevee? If you give me an Eevee, I'll do it for you! But there's just one unfortunate problem. I don't have a single Pokemon that requires a Thunderstone to evolve. I did a little research, and it seems a Pokemon called Pikachu, I mean, I love Pikachu, but give me an Eevee, would be just what I need. So here's my request. Please give me a Pikachu. You won't walk away empty-handed, of course. I'd be happy to trade you my Heracross. Oh, man. I think I caught a Pikachu. Let's see. Oh, can it be you already have a Pikachu for me? I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, there it is. Bye-bye, Pikachu. With your cute little girly heart tail. Hi, Ancient Mac. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you, sweetheart. Welcome, welcome. How is your day going? That's right. We do have a new clip command that you guys have been trying to use, and I have just not figured out how to do it, and Strat figured out how to do it because he's a genius. Thank you for being a genius. It's not the limited tech. Nintendo has said that if you modify your Switch 2, they will brick your Switch, making the console completely unusable. Yeah, but I mean, the reason that they also won't release it, like release exclusive Nintendo games to other systems is because obviously they want you to only be able to use your Switch system. But if they didn't do that, I'm just saying, you know how some games look like trash on like a PlayStation, but look amazing on a really high-end rig, like PC or something. But you can't do that with their systems because the games, those games that are exclusively made for their systems, are just not ever going to be. They're never going to. The systems that they're being made for are never going to be up to snuff with the rest of the world, the rest of the gaming world. Sweeta Sorisa, thank you so much for the 5 months. Thank you for the resub with your Prime. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you for your generosity and kindness, Sweeta Sori. Thank you, honey. I'm so glad that you're enjoying my channel so much. Thank you for being here for almost half a year. My day is good. I'm in small town, so service isn't great, but wanted to pop in and say hi. Thank you so much, amazing Ancient Mac. It's so good to see you, sweetheart. I hope that your day is going to keep on going well, and yeah, I hope that the next week or so is really good too. I might prefer to clip manually, only because it depends on how long the moment is for said clip. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, you forgot to book your hotel for next week. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Okie dokie, I'm gonna go listen to music. All good, Radical Ram. Thank you so much for dropping in. I appreciate you. And thank you once again so very much for the 5 gifted. I really do appreciate you, sweetheart. Enjoy your music. Please, please, please get your back checked out, darling. The whole reason I got a PS5 is actually because of the horrible optimization for the Final Fantasy games. There you go. Yeah, that makes sense. It's absolutely crazy that they put you in a single city for the entire game. I want to see more of Kalos, and the Switches can handle stuff. They handled Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. They're just greedy and look down on their fans. Yeah, listen, it's not great that they are so comfortable with giving fans not a lot, considering how much money and time they have at their disposal with like literally the single biggest IP in the entire world. But we are still enjoying the game, and we will continue to enjoy it, and I will not put anyone down who wants to enjoy this game. Oh, sorry, I'm just stretching. Welcome to the family, Pikachu. As a little nice to meet you gift, please allow me to use this Thunderstone. So, do the female Raichus have, like, a slight cutoff on the tail like that? Or Is that how all Raichus are? Imagine the detail in Lumio City in this game, but the rest of the region? Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Oh, they do! Okay, cute! I actually didn't know that the Raichus had a different look than based on their gender. Slightly different tail, cute! Let's see what sort of Pokemon Raichu is, shall we? According to my Pokedex, it stores up electricity inside itself, and then turns so aggressive that it may attack its trainer? Her face! Gosh, well, I know the Thunderstone isn't the only stone that makes Pokemon evolve. There are plenty of others out there to find. Anyway, thank you so much for your help. Do give Emma my regards, won't you? My Heracross won't attack me. I just see this as a restriction due to the new battle system, so more like a test game before they expand the world. Right, but it's kind of like one of those things where you're like, that's great and all if you want to test this, but making it into a full game that costs as much money as this one does, I think that's a bit unfair. Ooh, an Umbreon! Can I have that? Can I take that off you? She literally had surprise Pikachu face. She did! She did. Where's the last one? There it is. I won't either. People are allowed to enjoy it, but gotta be realistic, not pessimistic. Right, right. I think people would not have an issue if the DLC were free. Yeah, the DLC not being free is a bit shit, but like, just look at Twitch right now. I mean, there's like 20,000 people watching people play with the new DLC, so that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's just one of those things where if people are happy enough to pay for it, then they will, then the company will happily take that money off your hands, you know what I mean? While I didn't order a Switch 2 because I don't like Nintendo's way of treating their customers, I am interested in seeing what they do with the new hardware. A FromSoft exclusive for Switch is definitely going to be interesting and may open the door for cool stuff in typical Nintendo titles. That's a good point, actually. I did forget about that. That is exciting. I probably can't play that because I'll die. But it does sound very interesting, and I'm curious to see what the reviews and stuff say about it. I didn't get the notification that you would love it! That's okay, Joyce Jimmy. No worries, sweetheart. We are still live for another, like, three and a bit hours. They sure are milking the franchise, no doubt about it, especially in terms of games. Oh, yeah. So you're a detective, aren't you? That's correct, sir. I am a detective, yes. Well, if Emma's trusted you with my request, that's gotta be good enough for me. Because we have a situation. There's a menace on the loose in Lumiose. And that menace is none other than a great big Bumblebee. It was massive, over twice the size of my own Bumblebee, and its eyes had this real evil glow. When that thing locked eyes with me, I bolted out of there before I had a chance to think. I've been places and I've seen things, but I have never been that scared in my life. And the worst part? It's where I saw the thing. I was in a plain old alleyway, not in any of the wild zones. We can't let that Bumblebee run wild. I'll go back and stake out the spot where I saw it. Make sure you turn on guidance for my request so you can find the right place as well. A big old Bumblebee. Gonna have a dip for a bit. PC decided now is a good time to run a graphics drivers update. Oh, shit. I hate when that happens, especially if I'm like just about to stream or something. I'm like, oh, wow. But that's okay, Cutie Kaze. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you. Hopefully we will see you very soon. Best of luck with the graphics driver update. I hope it doesn't fuck anything up. I've been good, Strat. You just got home. Welcome home, Joyous Jimmy. Hold on, I gotta find out where I am. Is this? Okay, turn on guidance. Is this, the city of the Badaba? Where's the... Is it that spot? Is it this thing? But there's two of those things. I wanted to turn on guidance, but I didn't wanna. Mostly because I don't know how. Thank you for the care package, Asamazi. Much appreciated. I mean, 3DS and DS games had more than this. I genuinely don't understand what they were thinking. Compared to XY, Black and white, black 2, white 2, even scarlet and violet. This game feels like it should be $20 in comparison. Yeah, I do get that. Yum. Thank you for the care package, awesome Ozzy. One of the shows I worked was TwitchCon, and that was definitely con of all time. A con of all time. Never signing up for Assemble 40 desks ever again. Sorry, you worked over at TwitchCon? Oh my god, I bet it was a show of all time. Everything that I've heard about that, and it's crazy to me that they just like, after all the shit and shenanigans that happened this year, they were like, guess what, guys? We have our dates for 2026's TwitchCon. I'm like, okay, that's a choice you've made. All right. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Side. Okay. Ah! Okay, we go there. We go there. Maybe that's what he meant by guidance. If it's not, it still worked, and I'll keep doing it. Oh, I probably should have gone around the other way. That's okay. We gotta go destroy an alpha bumblebee. Look at all the... I can't wait to play dress up. How they handled a particular event there that I won't describe, absolutely piss poor. Oh yeah, no, there were a few things that they did very poorly. Oh, wait. Is this the alley? Hold on, there's a sparkly thing on the ground. Okay, turning around, turning around. Aha! I don't see anything. That giant bumblebee was somewhere around here. Just being here makes my legs want to wobble right out from under me. What is it, bud? Don't tell me. It's here already? Oh god! Oh my god, it is so scary! What the fuck is wrong with it? Oh my god, those are some scary... It's huge! And terrifying! And awesome! This is the bumblebee, no doubt about it. I'm probably not working TwitchCon again in the future. It's too much insanity, and I don't care how much money they throw at me. Oh, 48 an hour is not bad, but yeah, not if it was like truly that miserable. I get it. I get it. Get him! Oh, oh, don't crash, don't crash. Yikes. I mean, if it's at the cost of your health, all that money will end up going into medical bills anyway. That's actually a really good point, Strat. The partner exhibitors were really nice, though. I was working Twitch Rivals and Fortnite Tournament. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's nice, Sody. I'm glad that at least the exhibitors were nice. No, Straight, don't crash! So far, so good. I can't believe you took on that big old bumblebee. Watching you in action reminded me of something, actually. A long time ago, in some region whose name I forget, people used to live in fear of these giants. These giant ferocious Pokemon with glowing eyes. I hear those Pokemon were called alphas. I wonder how it is that a Pokemon like that showed up in modern-day Lumiose. I couldn't even begin to guess. What do you think, bud? Ominous or what? Well, either way, you really came through. Emma clearly has an eye for hiring help. With someone like you looking out for Lumiose, we'll be fine even if more alphas show up, eh?
Yeah, I'm flawless in every way.
You've handled every side mission from Emma. Back to the Looker Bureau with us. Let's go see our lovely British lady. I don't know if she's actually British, but she's British for me. I played Scarlet on Switch Lite, and there were issues, but it wasn't as bad as other people were saying. I was able to complete the game and DLC without any issues. That's great! Okay, I'm happy to hear that. I even wanted to get into Pokemon PvP. Unfortunately, Switch Lite is currently broken. Until I can get it fixed or get a new one, I can't really think about that until it works again. That's fair. That makes sense. Hi there, beautiful bear! Welcome in! Propaganda is when a Brit looks at something closely. I'm staring at you. How are you doing, bear? How's the day going? Arrived at work now to push through the night. You got this, Terrific Tinge. You got this. We're here for you, sweetheart. We're here for you. God, I will never have to go shopping at this rate for any peripheral items. Pick up everything I need from the ground. Oh, we need to go on a break? Okay. Take a propaganda, governor. Fair. All right, you guys, let's go on a very quick break. Oh, hi there, Joyous Juno. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, you caught me mid-stretch. How are you doing? You're doing some dumb training shit? Yuck, that sucks. I hate training stuff, but also it's good because it means I get to draw and or watch streams. Break! It's time for a break! Cutie pies, if you are new here and need a refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break, and that is just so, hopefully, unless the stream crashes and resets it, you guys don't have to deal with ads whether you decide to subscribe or not. Yeah, Emma's gonna be clapping for the entire break. I'm just gonna do this in solidarity, so I hope you can still hear me over this. Yes, so once an hour, we go on a 3-minute break. It's not very long, and it's just long enough that if you are not subscribed or cannot afford to subscribe or do not wish to subscribe, it doesn't matter because I will not be producing content because I'll walk away from the computer. Turn those ads on. Suggest you also walk away from the computer. Maybe go to the bathroom, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch. And if you need to take any medications or vitamins, please make sure that you do that too. Our hands will be blue by the time you get back. I'll clap the whole entire break and we'll see exactly how annoying and or painful this winds up being. Okay. Let's go on a quick break, cutie pies. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. We back! Hello! Oh, right. Have I convinced you that I was definitely clapping the whole time? Okay, I lied. I was talking to my family and then sorting clothes, so I couldn't clap the whole time. And I didn't want to, when I was talking to my parents, I didn't want to have to explain why I was clapping. Welcome back, Sweet Strat. Welcome back, Awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Uppies for you. Uppies for you. Lies! How dare you point out that I'm lying? Nick's with / damn slice. Welcome back. Uppies for you. Uppies for you. Fabulous Frostbite. Her arms have not fallen off yet. That is quite surprising. Hi, Darius Ditto. You're making pizza. What kind of toppings are you putting on it? You took care of every side mission. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you for your help. I knew you'd have no problem handling all those cases. We wrapped up our discussion while you were on the job too. Discussion? Well, I'm looking for someone. That's actually what brought me to Lumios, and what I asked Emma for help with. I'll tell you about it in another time. So, Emma, what do you think? Tau's got real promise, right? Yeah, you've scouted a gem of a trainer, Urbane. In fact, I may just ask for her help the next time a tricky mission comes in. As thanks for your work today, I'll share some info with you that all Lumios trainers should know. I'm assuming a trainer of your skill is already familiar with Pokemon evolution, right? Yep, I know all about it. Well, some Pokemon can evolve when certain conditions are met, and by evolving, Pokemon get even stronger. Here in Lumios City, there is an evolution that transcends all other evolution. It's called, based on the fact that she's got a, is it a Mega Stone? Is that what it's called? Like on her chest? I'm gonna assume it's Mega Evolution. Yeah. Welcome back, Pseudo Solar. Welcome back, dearest Dustin. Still can't hear it? That's okay. I wish I could wave at you. I need to get to work. Be back once I add more stuff to render. Strat, you need to go to sleep is what you need to do. Bacon, sausage, and 1/2 has black olives. Ooh, nice. Very meat heavy. Yeah, Mega Stone. It'll probably be faster if you see it for yourself instead of having me explain it. She's like Iron Man. Come and join me out front, won't you, Tau? Come on, let's follow Emma outside. Where is she? Oh, they're here. My short-sightedness does not enable me to see any further than 1 meter in front of my face. You know, I saw you battle last night, but I'd like to judge your strength for myself. How about it? Will you battle me? Bring it on! Pokemon battles help you understand what kind of a trainer your opponent is. If you want to learn about Mega Evolution, then show me your true strength. Bet you can't wait to see what Emma's got to show you. An English accent fits Emma since we are in the Pokemon version of France. That's true, Shadow. Good point. I wish I could do a French accent, then I could give it to everybody. But I can't. I want a haircut. I want a haircut. I want to have a braid. Oh, this is a bad idea. Ah, this is a bad idea. This is, okay, don't do Thundershock. No, you're gonna hurt him. Oh, thank God. I also am playing with the handicap of not being able to see my Pokemon's health bar. It's not that I underestimated you. It's just that you're even stronger than I imagined. Thanks for the great battle. I can tell you're the type of trainer that I like. Here, I'll heal up your hard-working Pokemon. Thank you. My poor water type facing off against your electric type. The Mareep I sent out into battle can evolve into a Pokemon called Flaffy, which can then evolve into Ampharos. Okay, Ampharos, you're up next. Come on out! With my Keystone and Ampharos' Mega Stone, we can Mega Evolve. Let's go, Ampharos. It's Mega Evolution time! Okay, I'm not doing... I hope she doesn't try and fight me with a Mega Evolved Electric type. Just show me the clouds! There they are, look at the clouds. It's cute. It's so cute. Ooh, that dude powers my base in Power World. Ozzy, don't say that. You're gonna get them into more trouble than they already are. So fluffy. Mega Evolution surpasses the limits of evolution to power up Pokemon even further. Because when a Pokemon Mega evolves, its moves also get more powerful. That said, pushing the limits of evolution means a Pokemon can't stay Mega evolved forever. See? We gotta try and get that good at using Mega Evolution too! Mega Evolution is amazing? No, I don't want to reinforce that they want to put this in every fucking game. Pokemon are amazing. Seriously! Pokemon are so full of potential! You know what, Tau? I've got a feeling that Mega Evolution will find its way into your life, just like the Hotel Z did. Anyway, thanks for coming by today, and thanks in advance for anything you can do to help out. This city is full of people in need, so if you see someone in trouble, just give them a hand like you did for my clients earlier. Speaking of which, I could use your help too. If you see a black four-legged Pokemon around, be sure to let me know. Black four-legged Pokemon? What could she be talking about? Do I have one already? That'd be so rude to just throw that at you. It would, Tinge. That's why I was like, oh shit. Well, she's like, it's time for a Mega Evolution. You're up next. I'm like, you up in like into battle? Oh, Houndoom. Oh, like a Houndour. Yeah, it could be a Houndour. I actually would really like to have a Houndour on my team. Get in touch if there's any movement with my case, okay, Emma? This is a promotion match announcement for Trainer Tau, rank Y. The opponent for your next promotion match has been decided. You are to face Trainer Yvonne, rank Y. The trainer who wins will be promoted to rank X. I wonder if she's obsessed with getting rid of public transport too. I know a Pokemon, but won't say anything. Oh, thank you, Nix. I appreciate that. You got pinged by the ZA Royale app, huh? Guess you know who your next opponent is. You should head to the battle zone tonight and duke it out with some trainers to earn points. Good luck. I know you'll do great. After all, helping out those in need takes as much strength as it does kindness. See you around then. Yvonne? That's my dog's name on paper. Oh, it is! It is her dog's name on paper! I'm not sure about that, but I honestly can't remember which mom they are talking about. That's fair. It's okay. We'll figure it out. And then I'll feel so smart when I get it, or I'll feel really dumb that I didn't right off the bat. We'll see. All right, let's see. Get a challenger's ticket. What did it say? Hold on. Get a challenger's ticket and then find Yvonne for the promotion match. So that's all nighttime stuff. What? Let me see. Is there anything that's 4 legs and black? Oh, Pancham. No, probably not. No black ones there. Reaching X. I guess we can stop by and start helping some people with stuff. Hey there, sweetest doll Jeffrey. Welcome in. How you doing? It's so good to see you, hon.
Welcome, welcome.
Okay. How can we help you, sir? Good. That's great. I'm happy to hear that, sweetheart. What you been up to? You want to use the elevator? Sorry, I'm still working on it. Besides, I'm on my break right now. I know! Why don't you and I have a Pokemon battle? If I can have a battle, that'll be enough of a break for me. I'll get right back to work afterward. And then we can use your Holovator, I assume? Just give me a heads up if you want to battle. Playing video games and vibing? Nice! What are you playing? I promise I'll get that Holovator up and running in no time, if you'll have a battle with me. I'll win in no time. Great, I was in the mood for a battle. Let's get going! Oh, you're playing Crossworlds! Nice! I'm so glad you're enjoying it, hon. That's awesome. Oh, that was... Wow, yikes. Sorry, bud. I bud you! Got him. Yes, I am. Awesome. Great. Oh, Imoga's cute. It's a very cute little Pokemon. I've never used one, but they are very cute. Done. Give me the access to the elevator. I sure did lose in no time. You sure did. It was a promise. That was a fun battle. Guess it's time for me to wrap up my break. Now then, let me get this elevator all fixed up. It won't take a minute. And I'm done. The elevator's up and running. You know the Pokemon I used in our battle? I caught them up all on the rooftops. I ran into them while I was on the job, too. I got so focused on catching them, I almost missed break time. My point is, if you can find all sorts of Pokemon on the rooftops around the city, you should have a look around the next time you're up there. Brendy! Hi there, Brendy. Welcome in. How are you? You need better shoes than the blue shoes you have. Go to the Naptime shop in the Rouge district and get some black simple pumps. I need to save up some money to do that. I have just started the game. So I don't have the cash for that, but I really want to get a cute skirt that matches my model, and I want to do. I do kind of like the top, but I want to get my hair cut. I'm gonna look like a different woman next time you see me. How you doing, Brendy? And see, I told you I could have this thing fixed in no time. Thank you, Sami. Sami? Was that his name? Let's go catch some of these, actually. Since he did mention it. Okay, no, I have that already. I have the scatterbugs. Oh no, I'm sorry. Shoot, I just wanted to destroy the, sorry. I don't know how to aim my Pokemon, clearly. The sun is getting low. Oh, I don't need Great Balls for these. I forgot to flip that over. There we go! Okay, we got an Emolga, which is cute, which I'll never use, but I'll keep it in my heart. And we'll get these. There we go. Sparkly things on the ground. And we got a TM. I think that's the first TM I've actually picked up that wasn't handed to me. What is this? What is that? What the fuck is that? Break it. Break it? Or... I'm so sorry that you're paralyzed right now, bud. Can I not? Does it have to be fire, maybe? That looks, destroyable. Oh! Oh! Whoa, cool! That is a big spider web. That is a huge spider web. But look, we managed. Incredible Aridius! Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the care package, darling. Much appreciated. How are you doing today? Yummy. Yummy. All right. I don't suppose I can get up there, like jump up here and... No, I can't. Got all the Pidgeys! They're so cute! Oh god, I'm really bad at tracking along here. Oh, that's a big one. What's that? What is that? What is... Oh, it's a Hawlucha! Oh, no, you're gonna die! Okay, Bubble Beam! Bubble Beam! Ah! I wish I could see my health! Oh my god! This is so stressful to not see my health. I have to rely on like the... Ah, that sound! That's bad sound! That's bad sound! Rely on that sound. No! Ah, no! Ah, no! No! I really need to figure out how to see this. What? Why did you... Oh my god! Ah! Ah! This is exactly why I can't play Dark Souls games. All right, we're gonna pretend nothing ever happened. we're gonna go heal our Pokemon, and we're gonna pretend nothing ever happened. We're gonna go somewhere else, and I'm going to figure out where I can put my model that will not. I didn't know the Pokemon had hands like that. Just Hawlucha. Just Hawlucha. It is a problem. I can't see my. I guess I could hold on. I could move my model higher up. Let me try that one sec. Okay, I think this is where we're gonna have to be. I think this might be the spot, because otherwise I might die too often because I can't see my HP, which is not ideal. Night is falling over the city. Okay. Interesting that they have their own day-night cycle. I thought for sure there would be like a possibility of Ozzy, thank you so much for the clip. Oh, there it is. It's nighttime now. Ooh. Battle zone activated. Oh, but now I can't see what the little note is on the left side. Oh well, that's not as important, I guess. Now, are there different Pokemon, I wonder, that appear at night? Because if so, because I think I still have a couple that yeah, like there's one here that I haven't gotten yet, and I wonder if that's because it only appears at night. Oh, yep, is that a Haunage? Is that what that's called? Oh, not you. No. Oof. Oh, didn't mean to use that again. Yay! Okay, yes, good, we got that one. Okay, awesome. No, leave me alone, Ghastly. No worries, pop it in disc. Awesome, thank you, Ozzy, I appreciate it. Perfection. Yes, there is. Oh, okay, cool. Maybe I can run around and get the last of these guys done before I head over there then. Is there like a time limit on the Pokemon? I mean, sorry, not the Pokemon. Is there like, because clearly, they have their own day and night cycle. Is there a time limit to if I don't go and do my match tonight, do I get like disqualified or something like that? I feel like that'd be kind of hardcore for a Pokemon game, but who knows? All right. Got some more research. Oh, a sparkly dinghy! Ooh, look at all the sparkly dinghies on the ground. People just leave their shit behind. I actually should probably sell some of these, shouldn't I? I keep on picking them up and then I just don't sell them. And then I'm like, I'm poor! Probably because I'm not picking them up. Another shiny, sparkly thing, not shiny, sorry. Wrong word, ah! Sparklies everywhere. Exactly. Oh, I know you. We're friends. We're friends already. We're casual acquaintances. Aw, fuck, I want to get through here. Surely Slash would work on this, no? Yeah! Oh, finally, I have someone who can do something with that. I've been running into roadblocks like that for ages. Wait, was that a... It is a Haunter! Oh, it's a strong one! Do we try it? Should we just give it a shot? Eek. Oh, yes! Yeah, oh no, not a normal move, sorry. Nice. Oh, wait, what? Hold up. What? No, it left! Ow! What's hitting him? Okay, I also, hold on. I genuinely don't actually know how to heal things, so I think I have to go to the satchel potion, right? Use that, yeah. Okay. Why is he still getting, oh, is it the, wait, is it, was he cursed? Is that what happened there? Okay, come back, come back, come back. No, no, wrong buttons, no, wrong buttons. Ah, saved you, saved your life. Okay, I will once again heal you. I have good news and bad news. Uh-oh. I put up the last few files for rendering, which is good. And it shows it will take 2 hours to render, which is bad. I thought I would stay up until 3 a.m. at most, but I guess not. Probably just wait until the next break before I dip and figure something out. Strat, sweetie, please. Oh my god, please get some sleep. Can you not, like, why don't you go to sleep now while it's rendering? Go to sleep and then set your alarm for like 3 hours from now, and then you can wake up, do that, and then hopefully go back to sleep. Is that feasible? Reasonable? Okay, I've definitely run away from the zone that I wanted to utilize. Is this the zone? I think it is. I actually didn't even realize there was a Pokemon zone here. I haven't been in this. I think I've caught Pokemon from around it, but I didn't realize that it was. Oh! Nice. Tau, sweet white wa! Hello there, sweet skeleton. Welcome in. How are you doing, hon? It's great to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. Alright, we're in the Wild Zone 6. I can't do that for 2 reasons. If I sleep... Oh, there's a Houndour! Let's go. If I sleep and wake up, I will not get sleep again. And if there was any issue during the render, that's just out of time for me not noticing it sooner. Oh, Strat, no. I want you to do this during the day. Oof, yikes. Oh, fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! No, come back! Oh my god, that's a scary Houndoom! Holy shit! Ooh, wait, Pokeball. Ah! 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 Holy! Ah, that thing's gonna eat me alive! It's so scary. Oh, a Flappy. Wait, what sees me? What sees me? I don't understand. Oh my god, I swear to god, if the Houndoom just pops up here, I'm gonna freak. Wait, do I not have do I have a Pokemon out at the moment? I don't. I'm very confused. I think you found its mother. Eek! I think I will switch watching stream to the phone instead. That should make it one less thing with my laptop to deal with. Okay, Strat. If you're sure, but if you also, of course, if you need to, like, not be here, I totally get it, too. Oh, fuck, that is not a good Pokemon for that, is it? Oh, fuck. Nope, 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 I'm trying to heal him. No! Damn it! That's bad, that's bad! Ah! I got the wrong Pokemon out again. Dang nabbit, award me my 25. Hey there, Jet, welcome in, how are you? We got Shadow Claw, we've got Experience Candy. Nice. Okay, I gotta be organized, thoughtful. Okay, come back here. I actually don't have anything that's very good for, no, he's gonna absorb that probably. Yeah, this is terrible. Okay, everyone back in the balls. Back in the balls. And run! That's not gonna work, so we're just gonna flee. Ignore me, ignore me, ignore me. I'm playing with fire right now. Electricity, actually. All the points. All the points. I keep on forgetting to check on the... Oh, it's one of these. These are cute. Okay. This we can handle. This we have the ability. Now. Nice! Good job! Good job, little Maurice. Jet, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge, hon. I appreciate it. Their sounds are cute. Little... Another TM? Skellington! Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak, darling. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. You might want to find a ground type to face off against electric types. That is true. Well, oh, actually, I do have a Baneri, not a Baneri, a Bunnelby, but I do not like it. Huxie! Hello there, wonderful Huxie. Welcome back in. How are you doing? And sweetheart, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, my fellow Pokemon trainer. How are you doing? Suda Solar, thank you so much for contributing to the community game night as well. Oh, a new day is done. Oh shit, okay, so I can... Oh wow, the night goes by very quickly. Oh, hello. No prize medals earned? Yeah, well, I was busy doing other things. Yeah, congrats on that 30-stream streak, sweetheart. Ow. Okay. Oh boy. Yay! We got him! Jet! Thank you so much for the 25-stream streak. Incredible. Thank you so much for the dedication. I am good, thanks, although a little tired. I was up at up till 3 a.m. playing this game. Oh, yeah. If I wasn't preventing myself from playing this game, except for when I'm streaming, I would probably do something similar. Almost guarantee it. Okay, so there's the Houndour, which is very cute. That Houndoom is gonna eat me alive. Run! Okay, we're leaving. We're getting out of here. Out. It's always fun to name my rabbit Pokemon Cinnamon. Oh, Cinnamon's a great name for a rabbit Pokemon. Honestly, Cinnamon's a great name for any pet. Very cute. Porsche. Sparkly, thanks. Sorry. Okay, now what is my... How many of these? Okay, I have 2... Oh, right, I need to catch a Fluffy, and I need to catch the... Is that the Earth one? The Earth Monkey one? And then here, I still have one more thing there, one more thing there. Cause Cinnamon Bun, that's so cute! Hi there, beautiful Bublin, welcome in! How are you doing, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Should we go shopping? Should we go shopping? Let me see how much money I've got first. Once I sell my 87 tiny mushrooms. Maybe I can get my hair done. Get the hair did. Psychic, oh, it's a psychic monkey. Yes, that's it, Jet, thank you. How are you doing, beautiful Bublin? So good to see you. Yes, I would like to do some shopping. I would like to sell things. Tau, is there any other Pokemon you want me to add to the team or thumbnail? I actually did do a little cheeky plan for the team that I want. Let me go get my phone because I wrote it down. Hold on, please. You're gonna hear my voice disappear and then it will suddenly cut off while I go grab my phone. Okay, I'm coming back now. I will be closer, closer still. Warmer, warmer still. Also named Vulpix and Fennec and Mozilla because they're firefoxes. I like that. Ow. Oh my god. Did you find a gibble? Not yet. No gibbles yet. Hopefully we will find one. Okay. Let me tell you what my Pokemon team is looking like. You probably shouldn't add them until we catch them, but I would like to have a team of... Oh, there it is. Okay, I would like to have a Jolteon, a Garchomp, a Milotic, a Rapidash, a Zoroark, and a Superior. That is what I would like. That is the team I wish for. We will see if I can catch all of those or not, but I will not be adding them until you catch them. Perfect, perfect. Oh wait, sorry, I was trying to sell stuff, right? Okay, other items. Oh, tiny mushrooms. I have 73 tiny mushrooms. Give me 18 grand. Thank you so much. And then we have pearls. 6,000 of those. And then we have big pearls. 12,000 of those. We both like Garchomp, huh, Tao? Yeah, Garchomp's great. I do like Garchomp. Pretty feather. Just a regular feather and has no effect, but I have 25 of them to sell, so I will. Okay, how do I get my hair cut? I think that will be the thing that helps me the most. My fashion senses will feel so much better in this French world if I could cut my hair. Where is the hair cuttery? Anybody know where I can get my hair cut? That's a Pokeball, Looker Bureau, Sushi! I'm guessing probably in here, right? If only it were this easy to get more than 40 big ones, yes. Everyone would be so much better off. Actually, they might not be, because I think that would probably mean that inflation's off the charts. Ah, God, Nilo! Okay, that actually did scare me. Good job. Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you for the part. How are you? How are you? Hi, sweetie. How are you doing, Milo? Ah! Thank you, Ozzy. Time for some shopping. Have you considered selling some pretty feathers so you can get some pretty fashion instead? Oh, okay, great. I wish I'd run into you earlier. Remember, you can change outfits at any time by opening the main menu and pressing minus. Is this not where haircuts happen? Oh, some of these. Oh, that's a cute skirt! Wait! Hold on, guys. Porte-champ. Oh, is there? Oh, cute! Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god, this is amazing. Okay, this one's probably the closest. And it's only 25! No, this one's closest. 2,500, baby! Yes, okay. Oh, that's cute, but too much. Some glovies? Some glovies? They're too Christmassy. We'll leave. I'm good, just woke up. How about you? I'm doing well, sweetheart. I hope you slept well. There's some cool shoes here, but none of them are like my hiking boots. Aw, there's some Uggs at this store. Oh, just a random experience candy. Don't mind if I do. Pantaloons. Haircut! Sorry. Whoa. Too excited. Okay. All right. It's tiny little ponytail. What is this? Oh, another tiny little ponytail. Oh, that's pretty. I like the side, the misty hair. Do you unlock more, or should I go with like this one? Do you unlock more hairstyles or not? Oh, wait, I didn't go up. Oh, no, that's fine. I almost feel like we should do this one. Or we could do that one. Because that's... Actually, maybe this one. Maybe this one. Okay, now bangs. That's probably closest. But it's covering up my eyes a lot. But it is probably closest, so I guess so. You gotta go back to work? Oh, good, Jet, have a good one. We'll see you soon. Oh, color blocking. Red, 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 red. I'm gonna be so sad if they don't have like a red red. Like a red red? Like a real red? Oh, well, they have a dark red. Hold on, right here. That looks brown. What about scarlet? That looks orange. What is happening? I guess we'll go with the dark red. Wait, huh? Oh, balayage, the... I guess that's probably closest. Oh, you can only have one. I was gonna say if you could have both, that'd be sick, but I think we probably gotta go with this one. Browse! Okay, I'll allow it. Wait, how do I confirm? Is there a 3,000? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, cute! Look, I'm looking slightly more like myself every day. Okay, now I need a cute crop top. Do these people have a crop top? Hashtag inflation. Yeah, true. Okay, they don't have a crop top. These are cute pants. I don't wear pants though. I mean, real life me does, but model me doesn't. I've either been watching too much Delicious in Dungeon or I'm feeling snackish because I heard bread, bread, bread. Bread, bread, bread. Indeed. Wait. Down the news! Exactly, Skellington. Oh, actually. I mean, we could start with these. These are kind of fun. Yeah! We're getting fashionable! We're getting fashionable! Wait, am I going backwards now? Or am I still going the right way? I may have gotten mixed up when I got my hair done. How's everyone doing? Doing well, lovely Nilo. How are you doing? Hope things are going absolutely spectacularly for you. Do they not have crop tops in this game? Oh shit! Haven't sung Pippin song for a long time. Actually, I've never sung it on stream. Did I put that on there? Hi Vash, how are you, sweetie? Welcome in. It's good to see you. I will give it a shot. I will give it a shot for you. Yeah, wow. I remember putting that on there, so I'm like, oh, did I not take it off of there? I did not take it off there. Okay. Let me look this up on my phone. Okay. Okay. Let me give this a shot. Oh yeah, because this is a really short song, isn't it? Home is behind, the world ahead, and there are many paths to tread. Through shadow to the edge of night, until the stars are all alight. Mist and shadow, cloud and shade, all shall fade, all shall fade. There you go. I hope that was okay. It's a short song, but quite got some high notes in there. Nilo, hello, Vash, thank you for the request. How are you doing? The intense desire to eat tomatoes suddenly. Yeah, with the nasty look. Yuck. God. The man had no manners. I just realized what is probably the most improbable thing about the Pokemon universe. All the regions have adopted the same currency, despite having independent governments. They're just coordinated. Short, but no less beautiful. Aw, thank you, Seto. Thank you, Ozzy. Thank you, Stran. I appreciate you. Thank you. Maybe if I start lower. I might have better luck. That was so angelic. Thank you, Vash. You're so sweet. Thank you, honey bun. You guys are all so nice to me. Thank you. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty cute now, right? I'm looking pretty cute, but I want a crop top. Surely there are other stores, or are all the, do they have like rotating inventory? Oh, I mean, hold up. This is probably the closest at the moment. How many bits to get a full song cover? Your choice. Oh, no, hello. I am actually working on one very, very slowly. Yeah. yeah. Oh, wait, we can do some simple pies. Let's do, I mean, this isn't exactly in the realm of my model, but, we're gonna put those on anyway. And I think we might actually do a t-shirt. Oh, they only have white. Why is everything white? I want azure color. We know that, and so is your character. Oh, Ozzy. What's this thing on my butt? What is that? Is that my purse? Woo! Top cover song! My prayers have been answered! I have no idea when it's gonna come out, though. That's the problem. It's in the works, and it has been for months, because I'm not really sure when it's going to come out. I don't really know how to do song covers, so, yeah. Should we just get something that's, like, temporarily cute? Oh god, please don't crash. Oh, thank god. That was so scary. That was terrifying! Listen, I'm sure it'll be amazing. Oh, thank you, Nilo. You're so sweet. I appreciate you. Okay, maybe this will look cute. We have a t-shirt under here. Is there a t-shirt that's got, like, maybe that one? That's probably the closest. Let's do that for now. This game does have crop tops. You'll be pleased to learn. I am very pleased to learn that. So do they have, like, rotating inventory, or is it, or do you, like, unlock different shops and stuff? My prayer from like a minute ago has been answered months ago. Nilo. You're so cute. Okay, I am looking acceptably fashionable now. I am no longer embarrassed to be seen outside. Did I just realize something? Wait a second. Are these shorts in the back and skirts in the front? Wait, do we see this? Skirt? Shorts. Skirt? Shorts. It will happen, don't worry. I bet you can do it. I bet we can do it. Oh, thank you, Strat. I bet we can. I'm just not sure when. I'm gonna make a coffee real quick. Go for it, sweetheart. Go for it. All right. Not a clue how the shops work. Google just tells me it's possible to obtain crop tops. Oh, okay, cool. Gotcha. Okay, well, that's good. We'll figure it out. You got a bad wedgie, apparently. And only when I... No, it's not only when I run. What in the fuck is that? What is this outfit? What is that intentional? I don't even see, like, the longer part of the skirt in the front from the back. That's... I don't know. You got a bad wedgie. It's really funny. All right. Sorry, guys. We'll play the game now. I swear. Okay. Since it's daytime, let's go help people. Name of the game. Help people. Pokemon help people. That's it. I don't understand fashion! This game makes it pretty easy to understand fashion. I think that you could probably combine many things and be like, oh yeah, that's cute. Who's this? Oh, it's a Flabebe. Flabebe? Move, baby. What is this? Oh, it's the museum. Is it a skirt or a short pant? I don't know, because on the back, very clearly shorts. On the front, very clearly skirt. So I don't know. I have no clue what this is. At first I thought I was just crazy when I bought it, but then I saw that actually from the front it does look like a skirt. And like a skirt, right? Which is like a shorts underneath a skirt. So you don't like wind up getting upskirted or whatever. They are like all the way around. It's meant to look like a skirt. That's the point. So I don't understand this half and half thing. Fashion is accepted madness. My teacher used to say that. Is it raining? Oh, it is raining. Oh, that's a nice sound. Oh, thank you for the care package, Nito Nilo. Appreciate that. Fashion is accepted madness is really funny, especially when you look at the stuff that happens at like the what's it called? Whatever the fucking the gala. The gala. Ooh, 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 we have something for that. Wash this shit away. Don't forget to take care of yourself. Thank you so much, lovely Nilo. I like when you guys take care of me, preferably. Nice, you got a little level up. Oh, that's an upset Ekans. I'm not gonna deal with you right now, actually. I will deal with this, though. I like the anti-slip coating they have on the streets. Yeah, right? For real. Did Pouch Pal evolve? Pouch Pal did evolve! At the beginning of the stream, we evolved him. I'm looking forward to seeing his ferocious feraligator form. There you go. I like the alliteration there. I saw someone wear what looked like trash bags. Uh-huh, exactly, exactly right. Precisely. Very silly. Maybe I shouldn't call it silly. I probably shouldn't call it silly because I don't understand it. So if I understood it, then I can call it silly, but I don't. So, but you know what? Go for it. Go for your life. Whatever you think is fashionable, you just do that. And if you feel like wearing something that looks like trash bags, then you do it. Fashion shows have the craziest outfits, and I honestly don't understand them. Same, not at all. Like, there are pieces of fashion outfits that I'm like, oh yeah, I could probably, you know, integrate that. But, oh god, he's so big! Look at it! It's a Garbodor! Please don't try and kill me. Please don't try and kill me. Okay, he's trying to kill me! Run! I thought he would be passive. Oh, fuck! Everything's fine. We're safe. I think it would be better if you could do the Mary Poppins landing instead of just free falling into the last section. I would like that. I would like that too. I need a taxi over here. Taxis are a great way to reach a place you've never been before. And once you get there, you'll have a new travel spot for the future. Mega Shards, thanks, lady. The driver's chatter can be real hit or miss though, and you're stuck sitting through it. I'll never understand the weirder fashion. Don't take his trash! I promise I won't. I was just, oh, well, oh no, I did take his trash, didn't I? That was kind of exactly what I did, my bad. You put that back down! Drop it! Drop it! Fat Thylacine. Whee! Balls. Ball. Don't make me bonk. Hi there, dearest Dim. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you, sweetie. Welcome, welcome. Is this... Have I done this one before? I have not. Okay, here we go. We're gonna be expert and not fall off of this. Okay, okay. You said drop it and my dog dropped his ball. Like, I'm sorry. Oh no! I'm sorry, puppy. No, pick up the ball. Good puppy. Good puppy. Oh no, I'm so sorry, puppy. Oh my gosh. I actually, as I was saying that, I'm like, oh, it's a good thing that I'm not currently in a house with dogs because my dog would be like, what did I do? What did I do? How's the shenanigans? They are going grand. Thank you so much for asking. I hope you're having a good one as well. Ooh, a present for me. Colorful screw. Okay, let's go break our necks. Whee! Ooh. Insane. I think they should make it like in Fortnite, how you can customize like how you fall and like what your parachute device is and stuff like that. That'd be sick, rather than just being like, yep, you get to deal with the fact that your arms just got yanked out of their sockets from your fall. The shenanigans are good though, sweetie. They are good. How are your shenanigans? How are things going? Don't feel too bad. He stares at his ball more often than not. Oh, puppy. What kind of a puppy do you have again, Nyla? Oh, it's this guy. No, it's not this guy. Wait, what the fuck? What? It says that I'm supposed to help someone here, right? Oh, they're over there. Oh, yeah, why? Okay. Never forget, if they shenan, they shall shenan again. That's cute. I like that tinge. Constantly falling and suddenly halting totally has no negative effect on your arms. Exactly, exactly. The Pokemon people totally understand that. Gotta start getting ready to go home, but I'll pop back in once I get settled at home and hopefully before you sign off. That'd be great, sweetest Solar. Thanks so much for spending so much time with us today. Drive safe and we'll see you soon, okay? Oh nice, like choose your fall animation. Yeah, or maybe have different Pokemon with different assists. Exactly, that'd be so cool. I saw Staraptor and Absol Megas. As for Absol, another Mega evolution. Wait, Absol's got 2 now? I have a Shepherd at my parents', but me and the wife inherited a Sharpei. Oh, the wrinkled dog. That's so cute. I'm just imagining this wrinkly dog like looking at the and because their eyebrows are just like folds, right? So when they look down, they kind of fall over their eyes, and you're like, bud, you good? Are you crying? Have you played the Pokemon Rangers game? I enjoyed them a lot. I have not actually, Strat. How do you decide between? Oh, I guess you would have like the X and Y Megas, right? He's dumber than a box of rocks compared to my Shepherd. Oh, I bet. Shepherds are notoriously intelligent there. How old is your Shepherd and how old is your Sharpei? Feast your eyes on this! It's a masterpiece! Our greatest, hardest ever scaffolding course! And the current record holder for clearing this course the quickest is... that wild Froakie over there! Look at that smug face! It's got "I'm faster than you" slouches written all over it! We gotta show that Froakie what humans are capable of, kid! Help me bring it down a peg! If you can clear this course in 30 seconds or less, then that Froakie will have to admit you're good. Uh-oh. Okay. Great. Jump puzzles without the ability to jump. They do have X and Y and Megas now. Many are being revealed. Yeah! Another starter? Ready to give the course a go? You gotta try clearing it in 30 seconds or less! Yeah! Stand by the starting line then! Oh my god, 30 seconds? It's just laughing at me, that little bitch. Ready, steady, and go! Ah! Run! Faster, please! Faster, please! Shit, oh, go up! This is the best game for me, because I am definitely not at all. Oh, fuck. Okay, wait. Can we start over? Can we start over? Hi. You give up on the bestest ever course. Can I do it again? Please don't. Please never give up. Not permanently, anyway. The greatest of heights is still awaiting you. Okay, that's just my fault, because I didn't know where I was going. I think we'll do the first time, trying to figure out how it goes, and then once I know how it goes, I'll hopefully be able to do it. Assuming they don't have like the super thin, but they probably do. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, go! Did my character just go, huh? I don't think I've heard my character make any sounds. Oh, shit, I forgot it's not auto. Okay. Oh, no! Shit! I'm pretty sure that is what I have to do, though, isn't it? I have to roll, but from further back, probably? I reckon. So, like, from here? Nope, that's still too far. Okay, noted. Alright, try that again. Do it again! Actually, can I do this? Can I do this without? Oh, cool. Yeah, I can just test this. Let's do that. Pokemon Rangers was the reason why I know how to draw circles. Wait, really? Do they have education on how to draw circles? Okay, I have to. Okay, note to self. Gotta stand to the back. And then... Okay, okay, I can do this. I think we can do this. Let's do this without breaking our arms. Okay. The main problem there is just that roll. If I can execute the roll right, it's fine. I'm focused. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Made it, bitch! Rah! You did it! I did. You have to draw a ton of circles in that game. It's a core game mechanic. Oh, wow. Interesting. No, Tau, that's how you befriend Pokemon? Oh, is it really? It'd be nice if you could lock onto the camera behind you. Yeah, that would be good. You did it! Yee! Thank you, Bass. Thank you, Scott. Break time. Thank you, Nix. And then we might actually go do the battle that we're supposed to do. You did it, kid! You showed that Froakie just how capable humans are! Or did ya? Oh, fuck me. We're not done here yet, I'm afraid. The gauntlet is still long before ya. Froakie's probably over at the next stage of our greatest, hottest ever scaffolding course already. I'll be waiting for you there. Oh, bro. Oh, bro. Okay, well, we'll do that come daybreak, but let's let me make my way over there first. All right, we will go on a break. I'm just gonna heal my Pokemon and we're gonna travel over to that area and then we'll go on break. You play as a ranger and they use the wild Pokemon to aid other wild Pokemon. That sounds super cute. What? That's adorable. I would love to play that. That's awesome. Is that on like DS or something? It's an older game, I assume. Sparklies, 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 sparklies. I think it's nap time for me. I went to work at 4. Oh, shit. Yes, it's definitely nap time for you, sweetie. Please get some rest. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for so long today, sweetheart. It's been a pleasure to have you back. Hopefully we will see you again in the not too distant future. But yeah, get some good rest, okay? It's on the Nintendo DS. Okay, gotcha. I might have to emulate it or something. Can I get in the water? I can't. Well, that's not a problem for me. Oh. Okay. Cafe woof. Cafe woof. I wonder if that's French. Does woof mean anything in French? I'll ask my mom. You don't have a team, you just catch wild ones for a one-time use to help you progress? That's cute! That's very wholesome. I like that. That's a really good idea. Oh, let me guess. This will definitely be one of them, I'm sure. I feel like this has got to be one of their obstacle courses here. Sun will be setting soon. That's what I'm counting on, baby. Whee! Legit don't think I've ever heard a Pokemon Protag go ugh, or any sound, make any sound. Okay, we are here, and when night falls, we will be ready. Won't we? I'm just gonna save real quick. You guys, we gotta go on a quick break. It's only 3 minutes, so please bear with me. We still have about about 2 hours left, a little over 2. So let's call this quick break. It'll only last 3 minutes. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'll miss you terribly, sweetie pies, but I'll see you in 3. Mwah! Welcome back. How are you doing? Thank you for returning to me. I missed you. Welcome back, awesome Ozzy, you beautiful being. Welcome back, dearest Dustin. Welcome back, sweetest Star. Welcome back, sweet Sarah. Welcome back, cutie pies. Welcome back, Nixpito slash JM slash Uppies for you. Uppies for you. Welcome back, Valiant Vash. Welcome back, cutie pie. Welcome back, sweetest skeleton. Uppies for you. Uppies for you. Ozzy, uppies for you. Uppies for you. Cute Dratini. Is that a shiny Dratini? It looks lighter than normal Dratini. Bonk! No! Alright, Yvonne. Run along and get yourself a challenger's ticket. This one is taking far, far too long. Everything stays! Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. I will sing Everything Stays for you. Welcome back, Terrific Tinge. Welcome back. Oh my gosh, Radical Hikes. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing, Hikes? Thank you for the head pat. All right. Let's sing a song for beautiful Bublin. Let's go in the garden. you'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it around. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is raising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Yay! I hope that was okay, sweetheart. Thank you very much for the song request. Yeah, welcome in, Radical Hikes. It's so good to see you, sweetie pie. Welcome, welcome. How have things been going? Are you still enjoying work and stuff? Nix, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, and thank you, sweet Vash. Thank you, awesome Ozzy. Thank you, sweet Strap. Thank you, Nix. Thank you, beautiful Bubbling. You guys are very sweet to me. Thank you. Okay, now I gotta figure out, do I just like stall by running around in circles? Still absolutely enjoying work. That's amazing. I'm so happy to hear that, sweetheart. I'm always afraid that when people are really enjoying work that they're gonna eventually wind up being like, oh, listen, like honeymoon phase, you know, I really liked it for the first, 2 months and now I don't like it. But you've been there for a while now, huh? Welcome back, sweet Asadu. What kind of coffee did you get? Are we running around in the water? Oh, we are. Oops. Look at this little guy. Look at this little guy. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's so cute. They're so cute. Oh, it's so scary. Yeah, he was so baby scary. The kids just standing in the water while the parents are like, oh, God. Not my flaws! Well, time for me to dip out. The render remains, but I think it's best to move on with other stuff and sleep. I think it is absolutely time for you to move on with sleep. Please go to sleep. Please, please, please go to sleep. Oh, fuck, I'm in the wrong spot. But yes, absolutely, sweet Astrat. I hope that you get this stuff done quickly and efficiently, and that you can sleep soundly because you deserve to. And I'm worried about you, and everyone's worried about you. And yeah, please, please, please. Oh, I can just. Hey, we got us an intruder. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish, but don't go causing trouble for us. Oh, okay, interesting. We have a Team Rocket adjacent in this game. It's been over a year now. That is awesome. That means you really love it, which is so great, sweetheart. I'm so happy that you're loving it so much. That is absolutely incredible. Almost every stream, the wonderful serenade of Tau's voice reaches out and blesses our ears with rays of an amber sky. Tinge, that's so beautifully put. I really appreciate that. If I even approach an amber sky or rays of any kind that aren't like death rays, then I am thrilled. I'm really glad that you enjoy it, sweetheart. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Yeah, we need to make a strat sleep command for sure. I wish you could stay longer, but time to go. See you later, pals. Take care, have fun. Have a good one, sweetest chat. We'll miss you lots, but please get some good rest. May you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. A Charizard! Ah! Okay, let's get in here. Oh. Sparklies. Oh! Bonus cards can be found in various places around the battle zones. These special cards let you earn additional points or medals if you fill the conditions listed on them. You can carry up to 3 at a time. Sick! I will take that. Sneak up and start battles using grass-type moves. Got some prize medals. Oh shit, Jesus. She scared me. Wrong, shit! What just happened? Oh, okay, okay, she just got owned, that's what happened. Every 1,000 points is an hour Strat needs to sleep. Hell yeah, I like that idea. Okay, we need fire-type moves. Oh, can I catch this? Or is this someone's Pokemon? Oh, it's someone's Pokemon. I was like, I want the Fennekin! Okay, you're about to get one shot. 1, 2, 3, shot! Yeah, that's what I thought.
A Bunnelby!
I might one-shot you again! Yikes. I don't recall you having a grass-type Pokemon. I do not. I do not have that. I also don't have a fire-type yet. Oh, well, actually, I do have a Houndour, which I guess I could probably use. I need cards that are gonna let me do like, water type! Okay, I can do that. I can do water type moves. Sorry. Sorry to anyone who's trying to relax and just casually watch your streamer and then she starts screaming in your ear for literally no reason. The reason was I was falling, okay? Spoiler alert. The reason was I was falling. I hate this singular plank of wood. This is so dangerous. Oh god. Wait, what could this one be? Can I replace the others with this one maybe? Oh, nice. Immediately knock down unaware opponents with the first blow. Let's do that with the grass type, because I don't think I actually own any grass type Pokemon. Oh, fuck. I'm like, okay. Your in-game hair looks accurate. Oh, awesome! Thank you, Seru! Yay! I'm so glad that you think so. I don't think you need a Pokemon of that specific type, just a Pokemon that has that type of move. Oh, yes, that makes a lot of sense, actually. That's a fair point. Okay, that was not what I was looking for. Now will it work? Am I doing this right? Yeah, we got advantage on that one. Does that count as completing that first one that we grabbed? Yikes. You don't own any grass-type Pokemon yet. True. Yay! There we go. Okay, so we got that first one. That's good. Now I need to find someone to super effectively knock out with a water type. Oh, whoops. Ow. Whee! Did that count? What move can be taught with a water-type Pokemon? Well, I have some other Pokemon in my party. I just am not, like, dedicated to any of them like I am to Pouch Pal. Yay! We got a super effective water-type move. We're so close. We were so close. Oh, and there's another one of these. Sneak up and start battles using a fighting type move. I think that Funnel B has a fighting type move. Oh. No, that's a ground type move. I'm a dumb. Sorry. can teach Pouch Pal a grass type move. I guess we could, couldn't we? I don't know if he's got any like on him at the like that he can learn at the moment. So Rock Smash is a fighting type move. Is it? I thought it was a ground type move. My bad. Yay! We have our challenges ticket. Yeah, and this zone is pretty big. Ooh, water type move. Okay, hold on. We'll do one more battle so that I can knock out a Pokemon with this. Let me see what this is actually. Ooh, electric type move. Actually, I'll do a better job with that. Can water types learn grass type moves even if they're weak to them? That's a good question. I am actually not sure. 6 wins, baby. All right, now I'm gonna walk around with my Mareep and kill one more. Not kill, that's mean. We don't kill Pokemon, we knock them out. Yikes! Sorry. You got just a bunch of flying types that I'm gonna shock into oblivion. I know for a fact that grass types can learn a water type move. Oh, interesting. Okay. I didn't know that. Time to mug people at the park. Yeah, baby. All right. I'll just grab a couple of these real quick. Rymel! Hi there, Radical Rymel. How are you, sweetheart? It's great to see you. Thanks for coming in. Thank you also for the 10 stream streak. That is amazing. Excellent job. Thank you so much. How good? How are you doing, Rymel? Oh. Jesus. Pouch Pal is way over leveled. Working entirely too much and suffering. Oh, Rymel, no! I'm sorry, sweetheart. Oh man, I'm sorry that you're working so hard and suffering. I hope that you can find some time to relax. Do you have any time off for like the holidays? Super effective move. Doesn't matter what kind. Love that for me. And water type. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to do this. These are fun little challenges. I like them. You might need to find a list of move lists that different Pokemon can learn if you're into min-maxing stuff. Oh, I'm not a super min-maxer. I don't really mind too much. I mostly like to just do the things that I think are fun. Pouch Pal is merciless, much like in a D&D campaign. That is very true. Pouch Pal is pretty harsh. Can you send something out that's... Nah, okay. Hold on, let's get Mareep out here then. Don't worry, Tau. It's fun to look at Pouch Pal eliminating Pokemon, as long as you're having a good time. That's the most important thing. And then we just need to knock someone out with a water type move, is that right? Oh, it doesn't even have to be super effective or anything. Hello? Fuck, I was trying to execute that. It's fine, I'm using the money to go on another adventure race to kick off the new year. Oh, that's cool. That'll be awesome. Adventure race. How's that work? Okay, I wonder if we'll get to the lady before I leave right now. Okay, let's get out of her. I would like to get this over with. Where is she? Oh, she's over here. Faster, run faster, run faster! I have 7 days to get across the Moroccan desert in an underpowered motorcycle that's child size. What? And you're like, woo, this is so much fun?
Yeah! Look, mother, more trainers! A challenge awaits!
Exactly. Talk to her before it's too late. Yes.
You certainly took your time. Let's get on with our promotion match already.
I'm ready for you. Because I'm afraid if we wait one more minute, the sun will come up. God, the squaring up is so funny.
Challengers tickets verified. You are cleared to start a promotion match.
At least you probably got some decent rewards from that spree of tasks you completed. I hope so, Skellington. I hope so, otherwise it's gonna be kind of disappointing. I did it in the spring and it was actually awesome, so I won't do it again. There's no set route, you pick it yourself. That is so sick. There's no placing either. You just have to, you just have 7 days to get to the finish line. That is awesome, Rymal. That sounds like my endurance racing with my horse, except on a underpowered motorbike. That's so cool. Is it like through like a protected corridor or something? Themed question of the day. What is your favorite legendary Pokemon? Ooh, I think my favorite legendary, probably Lugia. I love Lugia. Lugia is very cool.
I'm a busy adult with a lot going on, so I hope we can wrap this up fast.
I'll crush you nice and quick. I'll make short work of you.
When I reach rank A, I'm going to have Lumio City hold a marathon, which is why I intend to race through this promotion match in record time.
Rank A, and what you want to do is not abolish, I don't want to abolish public transport, but I do want to make everyone run a marathon once a year!
An evil plan indeed.
Oh shit, I forgot to heal my Pokemon. That's okay, there we go. Nice. Swirlix. Hold on, I'm healing you again. Tau's a Lugia lover as well! I am! I love Lugia. So cool. Nope, unsupported race. They want you to fix it yourself or interact with the people. Oh, wow! That is interesting. And they charge you an arm and a leg for it? Nice, thanks, Nix. I absolutely adore Rayquaza. Kind of imagine it as Mommy Dragon keeping Groudon Kyogre in line. I love that, actually. I really like that, Kikes. Rayquaza is a very cool Pokemon. No, I would die running a marathon. Stop!
That's okay, we'll just train you up. Don't worry about it.
My favorite legendary is Zekrom. Zekrom is very cool. I could totally see you with a Zekrom mix. Nice. Uno mas. I don't want to go home a loser. I want to go home a winner. Well, I guess that's the implication. I'm not going home a loser, isn't it? Oh, actually, can we... Is this a flying type, or is it just fairy? Oh no, we can't switch out anymore! Oh, fuck! My poor little guy. Oh, my little guy! I'm sorry, I wanted to switch you out so bad! I guess I could heal you. I guess I could. Mareep prancing after me is so cute because it reminds me of, like, counting sheep. Okay, we can bring you back out. Woo! All right, finish him off. My favorite legendary, Rayquaza! Yeah! It seems like a lot of people really like Rayquaza. Between Pokemon 2000 and XD Gale of Darkness, Lugia's had me from day one. Yeah, Lugia is just such a cool creature, and I always hum the, like, constantly, I'll just hum Lugia's song. It's such a beautiful piece of music. I just woke up again because I needed more sleep. How dare my brain dream about me being at work while I'm on vacation? Poor Storm! Oh, I'm glad that you at least didn't fall asleep and have to go to work and overslept past work. That's good. I mean, I guess the best alternative is probably, obviously, to not dream about work, but the secondary is to dream about work and then realize when you wake up you don't have to do it. Bug Fairy, I assume? You have a Ralt? I do, Sedu! Ah, that's right. I was pointing that out because I was like, oh, Sedu's here. Oh, wait, no, Sedu's not here yet. So yeah, no, before you came in, I was like, look, guys, a Ralts! I didn't win! Great, now I feel awful. I'm just so annoyed at how hard it is to run freely around Lumios with all the wild zones. Time to jog through every street in the city to take my mind off this mortifying loss. Beautiful! I'm so glad you like it, Sedu. Your victory is confirmed. Congratulations. Now processing your promotion. I'm X. Someone tell X that I am now X. Voice nomination for next NPC, Grover from Sesame Street. Which one is Grover again? Congrats on your promotion. Looks like you finished what you came here to do, so let's head back to Hotel Zed. I always forget the voice I chose for her. Shit. All right, time to celebrate your promotion. Huh? Where's Naveen? I've asked you more than once to please send word when you want us to gather.
Sorry, we weren't trying to leave you out or anything. We just forgot.
Well, I knew you'd come anyway. It's like you always know when it's time for us to meet up. That's a very pretty excuse, but I'd rather you just admit you forgot to get in touch. No, don't be like that! I've already made dinner for us and everything!
Woohoo! I thought I smelled your amazing cooking, Urbane!
You sure did! Come on, let's dig in! How have we not found this little goo ball? This goo ball. We're gonna go with that. Ha, lady, the trick is to have fun. Yes, that's right. The not Cookie Monster blue one. Like that? Is that the one in the trash can? That's a Zygarde core. Yeah, but it's funny that we haven't noticed it yet.
Squishy!
The next day. Your alarm is going off. Hello, everybody! That guy? I am afraid that I actually have not seen a single episode of Sesame Street for, well over 2 decades.
Morning!
Congratulations again on your promotion.
Hey, Tau! Question for you. Why did you join Team MZ?
Never mind. I'm so sorry, Storm. I'm sorry. I don't know Sesame Street. I may need to Google it. Yes, good call. Zygarde is the most Power Rangers Pokemon there is, I think. Yeah, I think that's accurate, Skellington. I see your instant curiosity about new people has been activated.
Well, don't you want to know more about her? Seeing how she's tearing it up in the Zede Royale? So, why'd you join Team MC?
Or Lumios. Very admirable.
Bit different from your recent, huh, Naveen?
Leave me out of this, please.
Want to know why Naveen joined Team MZ?
This is an invasion of privacy.
Come on, we're all on the same team here.
I'm not particularly interested in all of your business, and I wish you would stay out of mine.
Fine, okay, here's what we'll do. You two have a Pokemon battle, and you'll have to spill the tea if Tau wins.
Why would you suggest that? You know that battling isn't my forte.
But your partner Pokemon must be itching for a battle, right?
Even so.
Okay, it's settled. Out into the courtyard, you two!
This is not nice. Why do I even bother? Fuck. If you remember the old Golden books, he's the one from the monster at the end of this book. I actually don't know that. I'm so sorry, Storm. Pretty much as soon as I could, I got out of, like, super, like, child media. I think, like, I basically jumped from, like, Barney to Pokemon, and then I never looked back. And then it went, like, Pokemon, Inuyasha, Elfen Lied. There was a quick escalation there. There was a really quick escalation after I finished Sesame Street and Teletubbies and Barney. It's that one that looks like Cookie Monster but thinner. It has a much higher pitch voice. Size and old. I'm sorry, Storm. Grover's the spindly blue one with the ball head. Oh, I don't know them. I'm so sorry. I'm not a Sesame Street connoisseur. My bad. All right, let's go kick Naveen's butt. You don't mean Elmo by any chance, do you? I can't.
I also can't do Elmo very well.
I can't do Elmo at all, actually. Elmo is red. Elmo is red. Lita won't let this go until we put it to bed, so I suppose I'll battle you. Lilium is one of my favorite things to come out of the show that is Elfen Lied. Yeah, Lilium's a beautiful song. Very, very pretty. Does Super Grover ring a bell? No, I'm sorry. I'm not even old and I know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I shared a video of Grover and Media. Okay, hold on one second. Let me just, I feel so bad for Storm right now. Let me just have a look at this video. Hold on.
Today is to start that thing.
Start that thing!
Thing you've been avoiding. That thing? Yeah, maybe it does, the laundry.
Doing the laundry! Thank you, Storm! And thank you, Senu! I probably still can't do it because the garble on the back end of that voice is really hard on my vocal cords. Doing the laundry! Actually, I'm reminded of Pennywise. We all float down here! And I just know Towel researched this after stream. Thank you for doing the research for me, Sedu. That was pretty close. Thank you. I get here! Hi, Dustin! Welcome back! I'm so glad you made it home safely. Welcome home, cuties. Sorry, Dustin. Grover has a similar voice to Yoda, except has a normal syntax. Right. Okay. Yeah. I'm not good at a Yoda voice. But make no mistake, I'm going to give it my all, because I don't like to talk about my life.
Tell, you ready?
You bet I am. Scraggy, everyone, let's do this. He looks like he's falling asleep. He's like, ugh, fine. Know who Grover is, Tau does not. Know who Grover is, Tau does not. Oh, I'm gonna drown your little bug. I'm so sorry about this in advance. With all those different voices, I sometimes wonder what Sweet Doggo must be thinking from time to time. He tends to stay out of my room when I stream these days. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, whoa, that was pretty cool. Just kill it. Kill it. Oh wait, no, can't use that move. That's a dumb move. Bad move time. You got one more in ya. You really want to get to know me this badly? Scraggy! Scraggy is probably one of my least favorite Pokemon because he has his lower body is like a certain type of sheet for a certain body part, and it makes me very uncomfortable. You really are good at this. That bubble beam is OP. I'm also like way over leveled. Looks like I lost. No surprise, given your track record in the Royale. I suppose I could stand to learn a thing or two from this. Perhaps I'll rethink Scraggy's moves. Scraggy is Pants Lizard, yeah, and it's very odd because it's flesh colored. Hi, Precious Patricia, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. That's something to remember as your Pokemon grow. You'll need to teach them new moves every so often as they become able to learn them.
Nice try, but changing the subject won't work. A promise is a promise, so I'll spill the story for you. Here's the sitch. Naveen's grandma won't let him follow his dreams. Right, Naveen?
She wanted me to concentrate on improving my test scores, but I was more interested in doing fashion sketches than academics. Still, she didn't have to go and throw away all of my sewing equipment.
So, you stormed out of the house, and that's when you ran into Urbane!
Yes, he told me about Hotel Zed and suggested using it as a studio of sorts.
Which is why you hang out here, but still have to head home sometimes, huh?
Look, I'm sorry, but there's just something I just remembered I have to do. I'll see you later. Oh, that's really fucked up that she was, like, pushing him that hard. I feel bad for Naveen.
Thank you for the care package, Ozzy!
It's funny how you gave him a depressing voice. It evolved from being, like, the tired, Valley Boy to just tired and sad. And I think it fits him, actually, pretty well. I'm glad you're doing well, Precious Patricia. Hi there, Wonderful War. Welcome in. How you doing?
I'm back. How you doing today, Cutie Bee and Tazzy Queen? I am doing great, sweetheart. How are you?
Gotta head out and do some things.
All good, sweetest Skellington. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
An artist boy. Interesting. Yes. A very interesting backstory. Yeah. I want him to sew me some cool clothes.
He's a shy one, all right. I'm on my way out, too. There's a cafe I've been itching to check out. See ya!
I'm doing as well as someone can when they're insanely head sick. Oh, hon, I'm so sorry you're sick. Again? That sucks. I'm sorry, lovely.
This is a promotion match announcement for Trainer Tau, rank X. The opponent for your next promotion match has been decided. You are to face Trainer Zavi, rank X. The trainer who wins will be promoted to rank W.
This kid looks like a nerd. I think he's gonna be weeby. I'm excited. Okay. Let me see here. Stay hydrated indeed. I hope it isn't worsened by the light. Yeah, definitely. I definitely hope it's not worsened by the light. Do I have any of the, like, the base stages of any of the Pokemon that I want to have on my team? I don't. Oh, wait, we have a few evolutions. Let's do it. Mareep's gonna evolve. Yay, Fluffy! Now I don't have to catch one. All right, and then we got a little Pidgey. Something I love is that so many people in the fandom have come to an agreement that the overwhelming majority of the trainers you can meet in this game are all hella gay. I love that! I love a gay trainer. Cool. Okay. Alrighty. Let's look at the research. Ah, we got widescreen. And we'll get Giga Drain. Very nice. Let's see here. Oh, who's calling? How do I answer? I actually don't know what's going on behind my head. Oh, that's the Pokédex. And what's this? Oh, that's my... Okay, Battle Zone. Yep. Understood. Okay, where are we going? We are going to... Okay, that's rank W. I need to run around and help some more people. Wow, look at all these side quests we've got. Damn. Let's go over here. Maybe I'll find a crop top over here. If I'm lucky. Should I try some of these cafes? What do you think? I haven't tried any of them yet, so... Welcome to Cafe Introversion, home to those who like communicating, just maybe not face-to-face. What would you like? Introversion blend? $500 it is! Here is your introversion blend.
Enjoy.
Oh, look at him. He's so cute. He's just staring at me. I hope I can give you guys eggs or something. An introvert cafe? Sign me up! I know when rats evolves. Time to be doers. Don't really like how you have to manually evolve Pokemon now. It is a little bit of an annoyance. I will confess that. Are we just talking? You and I? We just having a little chat while I drink my introversion blend? Someone's got an Eevee over there. How the MRI results for your Chibi PNG model have come back. There's apparently no brain inside of it, just a singular corn cob. Yeah, that's what they told me when I was a young one. Wait, hold on. I'm not ready to leave. What is this? What does it say behind there? Oh! We can have photos together! Look at me! Look at me! Cute. Okay, you didn't look at me, but that's fine. Alright, we'll leave now. Wanna know? No, that's okay, sweet Seru. We will find out together. I love photo mode. I know you do. Can I take your Eevee? Because if I can get the Eevee and a Thunderstone, I'll have part 1 of my team. The Tau team. Oh, also, can I have my lost Pokeballs? Oh, wait. You... I've had such excellent aim today, apparently. Couch pal, hey. You gonna eat that? No, it's okay. You can have it. Can I have this ball? What the fuck? Hello? Ball? Okay, apparently I have to... Okay, fine. Here. Now give me that Pokeball. Thank you. Alrighty. We gotta go... I guess we'll go through here. Photo mode in any game makes things multiple times better. That is true. Even if I don't use it very often, I do agree. Yeah, you can just cut through the... Actually, do I have anything I'm missing here? I do! What is this freaking Pokemon that I'm missing? It must be a nighttime Pokemon. So with that, I think those Mega Crystals spawn randomly. I think you're right, which I guess makes sense, although I'm wondering when I get to spend the crystals that I'm picking up. Hopefully soon, because I think I've got a fucking lot of them. And I think there's a way to tell, surely. Is it in Satchel, maybe? Maybe like key items or something? Other items? Or is it under a, Mega Shard? I have 674 of these bad boys! Surely! Dude. Oh my god. Hey there, sweetest Sir Jazzy! How are you? It's so good to see you, sweetheart! Pokemon is treating us well indeed. How are you doing? There's a glitch in the photo modes for Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yote wherein if you continually raise the camera to the ceiling limit and then exit and re-enter, you can exponentially move the camera into the sky with no limit. That's interesting. Wow, okay. I think it's when you have a fully evolved Pokemon and has a Mega Evolution. Oh, wait, are these like... Is this the currency to Mega Evolve? I thought it... Oh, interesting. Okay. Noted. Is this a... Oh, yeah, that's the... We were just there. Alright, who can I help? Wait! There's cute outfits! Oh, I love cute outfits! Oh, wait, there's a pleated skirt! Okay, you are lying. We once again have a butt problem. I mean, a leg problem. I mean, what do I mean? Okay, maybe we don't, maybe we just do this one. Oh, wait, that's cute too. Is this not the one I already have? Wait, what am I wearing already? Oh! Yeah, I could get this. It's expensive, but I'm wealthy now. Speaking of which, 600 plus? That's what I'm saying. I'm like, can I spend it on something, please? Jesus. Oh, we have other boots now. These are actually very similar to my real life blunnies, so I might grab some of these. Very eepy. Got a little under 2 hours of sleep, but I'm making some barley tea. Sweetest Sir Jessie, why did you get so little sleep, sweetheart? I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, that is not enough rest. Oh, that's a fun crop top. Oh, it's only in these 2 colors though. I don't like them. Oh, those are cool pants. Uh-oh, I'm gonna get obsessed with. No, I don't want these. It took me a whole like 30 minutes, but I managed to get high enough to take a screenshot of the entire map. That's crazy. Wow, that's really cool. That's very cool. Come again? Wait, what did I say? Took me a whole like 30 minutes. These outfits are banging. They are actually really, really good, aren't they? Clearly they paid a visit to. It's matchy matchy! Ah yes, a reason to spend money in the Pokemon world. Did you say you got a butt problem? Oh yeah, I got a butt problem because I want a skirt, right? So I'm like, cute skirt, cute skirt, cute skirt. And wait, why are there shorts? You see what I mean? That's the problem. That's my butt problem. Oh, I do not like those. Those are really fun. Are there brown ones? Nope. Okay, I might have to not do it, but they are cute. What's that here? Oh! Oh, no, that's fine. That's not too expensive. Okay, we're getting a Thunderstone. Jesus, jaw fossil? Oh, you can get fossils! Hold on, I have to look up what these do. I'm spoiling for myself if I'm that sail fossil Pokemon. That will result in... Oh, it's the long neck! Yeah, step 1 for Jolteon, check! We got a jaw fossil as well. Let me see, what is it? Jaw fossil Pokemon. What does that one come into? Oh, that's the cool, T-Rex. That's a T-Rex. Yeah, it's a T-Rex, that's cool. Okay. What is the old Amber? Is that another Pokemon? It is. What is old Amber? Old Amber? Oh, that's Aerodactyl. Okay, that's cool. All right, well, we'll leave those because none of them are my intention, but I really do think that the T-Rex is cool. Oh, it is really cool. I don't know if I've got... Is there anyone on my team that I want to kind of replace with the... What was it called? It was... It's Tyrant's evolution, right? Tyrantrum, that's it. It's a rock dragon type. I mean, honestly, that's pretty cool. Tigrex, wrong game. Occasionally when I try to sleep and I'm almost passed out, I get a big hit of adrenaline. Not stressed or anything, just bam. Oh, sweetest Sir Jessie, that is not good. Well, hun, have you gotten to see a doctor or anything about it? Also, sweetest Saint! Hi, lovely Saturnus! How are you? It's so good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. I am pleased to announce that my latest run of Baldur's Gate 3 using the character my girlfriend made for me has reached the 31-hour mark. Very nice. Awesome. Ah, fuck. You know what? I think I'll buy it. I kind of want to. I think it'd be cool. It's such a cool thing. And I think, if I remember correctly, I really like the shiny version of it. Shiny Tyrantrum. Let me see. Is it blue? It is blue. That's awesome. I really, really like that. That is so sick. I don't suppose that it's possible to get a shiny without doing insane resets, though, huh? Hola, Zelazellor, welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? I'm doing good, just working on a writing commission. That's awesome, Saint. Oh my gosh, are you having a good time? I mean, having a dragon type in general is awesome. That is true. Let me look at my... Because I already have I have a dragon type in Melodic, I think. Was gonna be one of them. Let me see. Hold on, I gotta scroll some more, there we go. Oh no, not Meiotic is water. Oh no, it's in Garchomp. Garchomp's dragon and ground, which so is Tyrantrum. So maybe I don't need. I'd probably want to get rid of one of them. Wait, what if I let you guys decide? Do you want me to get a Tyrantrum or a Garchomp? Hold on, I put a pull up. Which dragon ground type? I want either Garchomp or Tyrantrum. Let me know, guys. Zeller, thank you so much for the 7-stream streak. I super appreciate it. That's amazing. Thank you, lovely, for your dedication and support. I'm doing fantastic. How was your day today? It was great, sweetie. I'm so happy to be here with you guys. It's a grand old time with you. What did you get up to, Zeller? You're writing it for one of your besties? How cool! That's amazing. Yeah, unless you get really lucky. Yeah, that is a bit of a bummer. Oh, I put this up for 7 minutes. I meant to put it up for 3. Oh well. You guys, please vote. Let me know which dragon type we should like. It's a dragon ground, so that's either Garchomp or Tyrantrum, and you get to pick which one. Haven't been to the dock yet, but definitely gonna bring it up next time I'm in. Not terribly concerned, but there's been a few weird things like that going on, so better safe than sorry. 100%, sweetest Sir Jazzy. I hope everything goes okay. If you would like to keep us updated, please do, but obviously it's your personal stuff, so if you don't want to, I understand that, but we will obviously be thinking of you. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. You have chosen to pursue Karlach again? I'm not surprised for just... Why must you make me choose? I pick both! You cannot pick both. Okay, looks like most people want Garchomp, which is totally fair. Reloaded twice, but no pull for you. Oh, that's odd. I'm sorry, hun. Are you on mobile? Because sometimes it's just not working. You want the choppy boy? That's fair. Fabulous Frostbite. That's fair. Garchomp would be your vote? Okay, well, Garchomp is heavily outclassing Tyrantrum at the moment. Garchomp's got 7 and Tyrantrum only got 2. So, we will save our money. Oh, it showed up! Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay, awesome. I finally got over the flu. I went to the chiropractor, did a little bit of grocery shopping for the fam. Nice, good job. And I'm about to head out to the mall with my sister. That'll be so much fun, sweetheart. Oh my gosh, I hope you have a great time. Wait, we can have little earrings? Oh, hold up. We can also have satchels? That's a cute satchel! I want this satchel. Yeah. Okay, and then earrings! How do I zoom in? Oops, hold on. Why is... Oh, there we go. That's awesome. Okay, let's do some hoops. Like silver. Yay! Oh, we're getting so fashionable, you guys. This is great. Yeah, Garchomp. Remember, Cynthia? Yeah, Garchomp's pretty cool. Also, Garchomp, I could get a... What does shiny Garchomp look like? Do I like... Oh, it's like purple. That's kind of cool. I don't know. I like the blue-gray. I think I'd be fine with blue-gray. Alright, Garchomp it is. Thank you very much for the input, cutie pies. Appreciate that. What's over here? Asami, do you wanna... Let me look at your... No? Okay.
I am afraid boutique couture is for none but the truly stylish.
Okay. Well, I'd like to be fashionable. Is she basically saying you have to buy everything from everywhere else? Wait, what do you guys say? I don't think our lives will change all that much with a few more Pokemon in the mix, though. Feels like Lumiose has shifted from being a city of tourists to being a city of Pokemon. Can do. Appreciate the care. And woo, Garchomp! Of course, sweetest Sir Jazzy, of course. Thank you for coming in and letting us know. Tend, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream and the community game night. Much appreciated. Okay, I have to refocus. What am I doing? Amazing Aspen! How are you, honey? It's so good to see you. Welcome in. How are you doing? I think for my next run, unless I do a dirt run, I'm gonna roleplay a Githzerai with a Githyanki character and go for a Lae'zel romance. Ooh, that's a good idea. It's very interesting. It's only for the truly fashionable. I wonder what that could translate to in English. Okay, it says that there's someone who needs help over here and then around, I think. Oh my god, they keep pulling me away with all these fun little things. Where's the person who needs help? Have I walked past them already? Is it you? What the fuck? Huh? Oh, there you are. Oh! Oh! I must unlock it with her. Okay. Excuse me, sorry. Step 2 in getting Jolteon? Get Eevee? Oh my god, I would love to get an Eevee. I'm not sure I'm gonna find one though.
Hi, I'm a perfumer. My work involves preparing and mixing fragrances to be used in perfumes. Recently, I wanted to create a fragrance using leaves for my Pokemon called Skiddo. But I don't have a Skiddo of my own. Would you be so kind as to bring me one?
Yes, I have one of those for you. Magnificent Master! How are you? Thank you for the blessing, by the way. I've been all right. It's finally hitting me that this will be the last time I'll be in here for a while. Oh, sweetheart. Well, true as that may be, this place is always going to be open to you. Whether you decide to cut your break short or make it longer, we'll always remember you and we'll always appreciate that you... Do I not have a Skiddo? We will always remember you, appreciate you, and we will be happy to have you back here whenever you are ready to be had back, okay? Go be the greatest tiger there ever was!
Don't mind if I do.
Okay.
Oh, could I take a few leaves from your Skiddo?
Aww.
I'll take just a tiny pinch of leaves from your bag, alright? There! I'll get this mixed into a new fragrance right away.
Aw, she's sweet. Yeah, we will always tiramisu and always accept your return, 100%. I'm just up to shenanigans and time to go do the work thing. Fair enough, Magnificent Mastiff. I hope that it's going very well.
My Skiddo leaf perfume is ready. I am glad to say it's retained that fresh, lovely scent that Skiddo all seem to share. The leafy green aroma is so invigorating, yet so relaxing at the same time. You know, it's even bringing back some nostalgic memories. I used to ride Skiddo all over the city when I was little. In a way, it's like I've managed to bottle this aroma of your meals from the past. If we ask other Pokemon species to help us, I bet we'll be able to create different perfumes that have all sorts of charms. Perhaps I'll ask for your assistance with that someday soon.
Do they shed leaves like shedding, like shedding skin like a lizard? Oh, maybe. It didn't seem to hurt him, so that's good. Okay, so that's done. Good, good. And now I need to get that off the map. Who can we help next? Whoever's here. Oh, can we not fly there? Oh, we haven't visited it yet. Okay. Well, we will now. When do I get to visit the truly fashionable Asami? Oh, what do you want to bet that I have to beat her in some kind of a higher ranked battle, probably? It's good to see Pouch Pal still waddle. I do love it, but it's so far behind. It's so slow. That's so funny. Poor slow Pouch Pal.
Hello there, youngster. Are you familiar with the Pokemon called Vtuber? Vtuber is a hardy little thing. It endures the cold bravely, waiting for the right time to open its buds. I sense great potential in you, youngster. You might have a knack for helping Vtuber blossom. Maybe you could join our Vtuber show. If you're interested, head to the Fountain Square in Blue Sector 8. I hope to see you there.
I don't know what this could possibly mean, but I'll try it. The Vtuber show! Wait up, mother! I can't keep up! Poor little guy. I'm sorry, little Pouch Pal. I promise I will, I'll slow down eventually. All right, we have this open now, and then that was I guess the guy who we needed to quote help unquote. Yeah, there's another Pokemon Center that I haven't gone to. I'm going the wrong way. Well, miss you lots, beautiful Aspen, but thank you so much for coming in here for a final time before you head off. Ah, the sun is getting low again, isn't it? Tau, slowing down? Impossible! Honestly, it is very difficult for me to slow down. I'm also, like, the worst. Okay, I'm not the worst hiking buddy. I try to, like, when I'm hiking with friends, I'll be like I realize that I'm way ahead of them, and then I stop, and or, like, jump, like, go back to them. But I always feel bad because I don't realize it until I find out that I'm, like, talking to them, and then I realize that I'm yelling, and then I look behind me, and they're, like, 500 meters away, and I'm like, oh, that's why we're yelling. Sorry! Pouch Pal is doing their best, and is probably glad that one lady didn't set up a marathon. Yeah, no kidding. Pouch Pal and Storm both. The night is near, bloodshed is nigh. Exactly. I'll miss you all too. I will try to check in every week or two after I return from Europe. I do have Lab's number now, so she can also send through any big updates I have. Perfect! Amazing! Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. I'm so glad you're gonna stay in contact with the beautiful Lab. That's really positive. I'm a world-class, wait. I'm a world-class fashion stylist, darling. And the current trend on this fashionista's mind is you. To commemorate this mode meeting of minds, I'll give you a complete fashion makeover. Don't sweat the details, dear. I'll lend you the garments for your new ensemble, free of charge. So then, how about it? Care for head-to-toe fashion makeover, darling? Let's try it. There is just one thing I should mention. You're free to change your clothing anytime you'd like, naturally, but I'll take back my outfit if you do. Do you accept these terms? I mean, it's free, right? So... Magnifique! Please enjoy this amazing makeover. Oh my god! I will be changing my clothes. I will be changing my clothes back. Bye! Bye! Hey, Fabulous Flash! Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Another fashion triumph! You're sure to be the only one in Lumios this chic and unique. Now run along and enjoy your exquisite makeover until tomorrow morning. If we should meet again someday, do say hello. Until tomorrow morning. Wait, I wonder if there's actually something... If I wait until the morning, maybe she'll give me something? Should I run around like this? Even though I look like a dork? No. Shadow! No. Oh! Wait a second. That girl, Asami, who said, maybe I should go back there and see if she thinks I'm fashionable now. Nah, thanks, lady, but no thanks. No.
I just adore it! A pretty new hairstyle, pretty feathers all about. Let's fill this world with glam!
Run around enough and you'll find everything you search for.
I've got my eyes on Kofu Eclipse for my next do. They can do such wonders with cuts and styles, so I think I'll have them do my hair soon.
Okay, hold on. I am actually very curious if we go back. This is probably gonna be a waste of my fucking time, but I kind of want to see if we go back to... Is it here? Yeah, it's there. If we go back here, if she's like, oh my god, you are so fucking fashionable. I want to let you in my... Can I go in here? Wait. Are these new hairs? Or are these old hairs? Hold on. These are old hairs. Old hairs. Ooh, that's a very fun. That's cool. Yeah, no, this is a no-go. This is a no-go. Okay, we were there. Asami. Am I fashionable enough for you? Oh, none but the truly stylish, but I was just told for free I was stylish. That's some bullshit. That is some bullshit. Does talking to NPCs speed up the time? That's a good question. I actually don't know. I do not know.
My favorite Pokemon is Flabebe. Right after being born, each Flabebe searches for a flower it likes, and then it cares for that flower for the rest of its life. There are 5 colors of flower Flabebe might choose from: red, yellow, orange, blue, or white. I'd really like to see each and every flower color that Flabebe can have. Seeing Flabebe holding all 5 flowers should help me come up with new hair colors too. Please, do you think you could show me 5 Flabebe, one with each flower color?
Oh, fuck, that's gonna be a hassle. I do enjoy that one can two-tone the hair in this game. I like that a lot too. That's very cool. Oh my god, we have to... Okay, wait. I can show her... I have one form. Do I have to show her them all at once? I think I've got a red one. Is that... Yeah, I do have a red one. It's gonna take a long time. Yeah, it is.
Red brings passion to mind, doesn't it? Perfect for a new hair color, I'd say.
Oh, yeah! Okay, that's... Honestly, that's the main one I want. So, let me... let me see! Let me see. Do you have a brighter red? I mean, it's kind of too bright, don't you think? To match my model's color. I still feel like this is probably the best one. Damn! Okay, never mind. Whatever, bitch. That lady was a scam! Yeah! Tao, you may have heard, but in this game, even if you choose the male body type, you can still equip skirts. I do love that. That's very cool. I'm so glad that more games are opening it up to, like, body type rather than gender and then locking stuff behind gender. I think that's a bit shitty. So I'm glad that they're not doing it anymore. It's supposed to be... Is it this guy? Oh, I think that's the Badoo guy, right? Cafe Soleil! Male skirts, woo! We do love male skirts. Cute men in skirts, love that. Cute women in tuxes, love that. How the fuck? What in the shit is that? Look at those pants! Aw, man, this isn't the Badoo dude. Oh wait, or maybe it is. I thought that was the guy we were going for, but I don't think it is. Okay, what is the deal here? Wow, he's a bit orange, isn't he? Do you want something from me? If it's a Pokemon battle you're after, I'd be happy to oblige. I bet you're one of those uncouth trainers who uses close-range attacks, aren't you? I love battling trainers like you. My long-range moves always finish your sword off with style. I simply lead my Pokemon where I want it to go, and then pummel opponents from a safe distance. Though it is a shame that the cooldown time for long-range attacks takes quite... No! Silly me. I'll stop there before I give too much away. You'll have to figure out the rest in battle. Long-range moves have style. Did she say a catfish olay? No, I think it was cafe olay. Let me know when you're ready to learn an important lesson in tactics. Fight me, bitch! I love Pokemon. So how about it? Feeling ready to lose? I feel ready to win. My favorite thing to do is launch attacks from afar. It truly makes for a stylish victory. What if I tell you that Bubble Beam has an insanely long range and it will just obliterate you? Rich boy! Oh my god, I'm so ugly. I hate this outfit. Bubble Beam to Bubble Beam! Lol, 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 lol. Yeah, nice try. That's crazy. He's like, yeah, long range, yeah, long range. Ready to lose? Said like like an arrogant curse word that could make me more fired up than I should be. Yeah, truly though. Truly though. Oh, that's okay. I'm way over leveled, so it's fine if I am facing off against something I have a weakness against. Got a lot of level ups from that one though. Rich boy! Alright, let's put you down here. Let's do some thunder shocking. Get him! Get him! Yeah! Yeah, I don't know what he thought he was gonna do there. Aha! How could I lose when I battled so stylishly from a distance? Well, I don't know how to tell you this, but you're surprisingly good. Perhaps you figured out that long-range attacks take longer to execute, but close-range attacks aren't perfect either. You need to get right up close to your opponent before you can launch them. If you're already near your opponent, though, close-range attacks are certainly the smart choice. Not that I plan to deviate from my preferred long-range attacks anytime soon. I mean, battles are terrifying. Who would want to wade into the middle of all that? Jesus. Long distance, my ass! Exactly! Oh, we got a nugget from him. That's pretty good. Let's see. We got another person we can help. Although we might lose the chance, because I think it's gonna turn nighttime soon. Night is falling over the city. Wait! Tau has protagonist energy. You can't beat the protag. Do you think I have protagonist energy? I appreciate that. Thank you. I am honored to be the protag in your life. You seem very quiet doing that guy's voice. That's because, don't you know rich people, Rich people always talk down here like this because they don't want you to hear them, because if you did, then your poor ears wouldn't be able to handle their exceptional gold-plated goodness. Tau running to beat the night, stops at every chance. Shh. True. Struth. Oath. Nothing's more heartening than earning a tightest sum in the battle zone. Or maybe one of these. Oh, yeah, super potion's pretty good too. Win a whole ton in one night to earn big bucks. And if you don't want to waste your time running back to the Pokemon Center, use potions well too. Wait, I want to do... Oh, I guess it's nighttime. Fuck! You are Ash Ketchum. Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it. Tau has like genre protag energy, like you are the face of your genre. Really? Do you think so? I'm so flattered. I thought I had really, really obnoxious side character energy. I am very flattered that you don't think that. Thank you for making me not feel like obnoxious side character. The Tau genre. That's it. I am of the Tau genre. Wait, more things to grab. Talking to NPCs do speed up time. Oh, I guess it does. Yeah, actually, good point. No, we are the obnoxious side character. No, you guys are definitely the protags in my story. I am the side character. I'm like the character that, oh wait, can I do this? Hold up. Am I still able to help someone at night? Oh, I can. Hold up. Wait a minute. The real star is Coda. That is true. The real star is Coda.
Wanna know what I think the strongest and absolute best Pokemon in the world is? Kakuna! I'm training up the best team of Kakuna the world's ever seen. So will you battle me, please?
The Kakuna Master! Sure thing, kiddo.
Let me know when you're ready to battle, okay?
Ready!
Thanks! You're gonna be so jealous of my Kakuna.
The character that has the thickest bot armor, that would be Coda, yeah. That would be Coda. Done. This girl's gonna be the Beedrill queen, she is. If you were a side character, you'd be the one the author has to rewrite the story just to state the reader's need for more tell. Oh, let's go! That is a really big compliment. Thank you. I appreciate that, cutie. Thanks. Flattery will get you everywhere. Oh, she has a Beedrill! Surprise Beedrill! When will the new subathon happen to fund Coda VTuber? Oh my god, that'd be so funny. I would love to have a Coda VTuber. That's not a Kakuna! Lies! She pulled that out of nowhere.
No! I showed off my Kakuna and I still lost! Wow, you're really strong. My Kakuna must have learned a lot from the battle. I hope they didn't get too many experience points, though.
What, you don't want him to evolve into the Beedrill that you have already? Oh. Oh.
Oh no! My Kakuna evolved into a Beedrill! At this rate, I won't have a team of the strongest Kakuna!
Doesn't she know that you have to, like, trigger an evolution?
I'll just have a team of Beedrill! I guess that's fine, though. My Pokemon evolved super early. There's no helping it. It just means I need to treasure the brief time I get to spend with my lovely Kakuna.
Pokemon don't... There we go! Pokemon don't usually evolve on their own.
What? You have to view your party Pokemon and select evolve to trigger evolution? Are you saying my Kakuna are extra special then? Well, I'm happy to hear that. You know, I love Kakuna, but Beedrill are cool too, aren't they? How am I supposed to choose?
How is the side character that gets her own spin-off series that is considered mediocre when it's first released, but 10 to 15 years later has a major cult following? I will take that. I accept that. She should have them. Yeah, she should get them in Everstone. Not that she needs them. She just stops going to the menu and pushing evolve. All right. Let me see. We gotta go challenge some motherfuckers to some battles. Oh, wait, there's a person. Hold on. Oh. You tell him. Not this Chespin again. It's always blocking my taxi. Why are you trying to fight my taxi? Go battle other Pokemon like everyone else does. You're a trainer, right? Do you think you could battle this feisty Chespin? A Pokemon versus taxi battle seems like it would end badly for both sides. Oh, we can get a Chespin. Tau, in 10 to 15 years, you will have everything you ever wanted in this life, I swear. Aw, that's very sweet, Patricia. Let's hope. To be honest, you guys are kind of all I could ask for, so I'll take that. Lil Bro is beefing with a Mini Cooper. I know. A little silly. Are the starters just running around everywhere? It kind of seems like it, doesn't it? Hi, buddy. Her car's worth beefing with more. Teslas, for example. Oh, yikes. Okay, hold up. Let's get you out here. Ow. No, let me catch it! Why? It looks like the Chespin isn't admitting defeat. Round two? Tau, catch it! Might as well. I would love to catch it, and it won't let me catch it. See, it just bounces off of him. Oops, oops, oops. Catch it! Let me catch it. Oh, it wants to be caught. That dude can spin dash? Sega should sue! It looks like Chespin still wants to battle some more. Jesus. Holy. This has more fighting spirit than Naveen, that's true. It looks like Chespin still wants to battle even more!
I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
It's corn! A bit with mouth, it has to juice, it has to juice. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing.
Woo! Thank you for my song, Ragna. Welcome in. How are you? This is the best community in my opinion, and the community might not be the biggest, but we are a very tight-knit community, which I find a lot better. Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm very happy with this wonderful, wonderful community. If we could make it bigger, if only to, you know, show other people that there's like warm, cozy spaces on the internet rather than just like awful ones, then I would love for that to happen too. But honestly, this community is just golden, absolutely a treasure. Hey Tao, hope you're doing great today. I am, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. I hope you are too. Welcome in. What you been up to? And I'm glad it's been good so far. I just noticed a subtle plot hole in Baldur's Gate 3. Uh-oh. Slow down, Chespin. You're going too hard. Honestly, the way to get stronger is by working with a trainer, not fighting one, right? I could make it stronger. See? Even this nice trainer says so. Wouldn't you rather go with her, Chespin? Do I not need to catch him then? Oh, he's just mine. Cute. Good for you. Now you can have this trainer help you get really strong. Cool. Okay, we got a little Chespin.
One last thing from me before you go. Remember this, Chespin. Taxis are for riding, not for battling.
Woo! Grass type Pokemon go! Actually, good point. I should probably put him in the... Put him in here somewhere. Where do I want to put him? I want all of these guys up here to evolve. Shoot. Huh. Maybe I'll wait for one of them to evolve, and then when they reach their final evolution, then I'll go and grab the Chespin. Don't let me forget, please. I will forget. Oh, thank you for the save, sweetheart. Appreciate it. All right. I've changed my mind. It looks like tonight we're gonna be just spending some time helping people again. we will do the mostest tomorrow for battling, but tonight I'm just gonna run around and help people some more. Last Pokeballs, please. Don't forget to change clothes. Oh yes, we'll change them in the morning because she said something about the morning. So I'm like, I don't know if. But yeah, we'll change them first thing in the morning, because yeah, they do be uggles. Uggles! As the grass type connoisseur, I will remind you. Thank you, Seto, I appreciate it. Alright. Let's see, what can we do here? Don't know if it counts internal clock or in-game clock. It counts only the in-game clock, it looks like, because I have, we've gone through like 3 days today. Which for ESL speakers, that would be really confusing. Just saying. I haven't tried taking a taxi yet. Should we try that? I don't know where I'm going. Oh wait, no, actually I don't want to do that because the person I'm trying to help out is literally right here. Dude, I wonder if she just sneaks up on you and changes your clothes. That'd be so creepy! In the Forgotten Realms world setting, of which BG3 is a part of, all the races and animals and creatures were brought to Faerun by mind flayers thousands upon thousands of years ago, using the planet as kind of mixing bowl to draw subjects from. So in Act 2, I happen across a bagel. Here's the kicker. Bagels have only been a recognized recipe for a few hundred years, with them only being popularized worldwide in the 1900s. So how did a bagel end up in Faerun? Well, surely the offspring of things that are a part of Faerun can be their own thing. So like if someone, I feel like bagels are not a sentient species, you know what I mean? Time travel.
Do you know Ekans, the slithery snake Pokemon? where does its tail start? Does it have a really long body or a really long tail? Or is it all body? Maybe I can figure it out if I see one up close. My mom says Pokemon in wild zones aren't safe to go near, but it'd be safe to go out and get a real good look at one of your Pokemon, right? If you catch an Ekans, can you show me?
I'm so glad that I'm catching all these Pokemon because this makes these requests so much easier. Oh, I have to add it to my party. Fuck. Kid, I'm pretty sure it's from head to tail. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, an Ekans! You brought one for me! Thanks so much!
Do you want it? I'll trade it to you for a nugget.
Hi, Ekans! Do you mind if I pet you? I'll be careful. Oh, wow! It's kind of soft after all. Oh, and its scales are all slippery. You know, the number one thing that I've learned about Ekans is it's really cute!
Do you want it? I'm not gonna use it.
I'm so happy I got to see Ekans up close. It was super interesting. One day, I'm gonna catch an Ekans of my own! Then I can learn even more about it.
Imagine if I gave this kid my Ekans and she brought it home to her mom and her mom was just like, what the fuck? Cutie Cata! Hi, Cutie Cata! Welcome in! How are you, darling? It's so good to see you! Welcome, welcome! How are you? How are you? I saw an Ekans crossing the road backwards. Guess it wanted to snake around, but tussa. I love it. That's excellent. That's very good. That is very good. My god, it's adorable. Unexpectedly so. Like a cat bringing a dead snake to the door. Exactly right, Flash. Exactly right. Unfortunately for the mom. Exactly right. I am good waking up. Got someone coming today to check the smoke alarms. Nice. Awesome. That's good. That's very good. Have they been like beeping and stuff? Could that be one of the reasons that you're not sleeping well? Bagels were invented in the 1700s by Jewish people in Western Poland after they were baked. Ah, but we don't talk about that because Faerun doesn't have any real world adjacent stuff, right? So bagels exist in this world due to some other purpose, some other reason. No, just a general check, I'm assuming. Nothing from the alarms. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Actually, kid, it's not slime, it's mucus to keep the Ekans moist and hydrated. Wash your hands after you pet snakes, guys. Wash your hands. Bruh. How did I... Hold on. I just got mixed up. Where am I going? Here. Exactly! Snake facts with Sedu. We love snake facts with Sedu. Hello! Hello! Lovely love! Welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. That was a cute interaction. It was quite cute. I need to get in contact with ABC. This is huge. You're here. Welcome in. We're so glad you made it, sweetheart. Welcome, welcome.
This poor wild Fennekin doesn't seem well at all.
Oh.
It won't even sniff at any of the food I offer it. And when I took it to the Pokemon Center, they weren't sure what might be wrong with it. You know, I recall there was once an herbalist who had set up shop around here in Lumios. He no longer runs that old store, but perhaps he'd have something that could help.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, excellent Esme. Welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's a pleasure to see you here. I didn't miss you. That's so mean. Why didn't you miss us? I'm doing good. Literally just woke up. Did you sleep well? Sorry I'm so late. I went over to my mom's place to help her out and got sent home with some homemade fudge with the taste of caramel coffee. That sounds amazing. Oh my god. I would go for your butt, probably. I would go for your butt, definitely. Incredible in fairness. It's okay, Laugh, I know. I'm kidding. It's just another convenient typo. Love you. Hi, Cutie in fairness. How are you? I know what you mean, Laugh. You didn't miss the stream. That's right. I was gonna miss the stream, but I didn't. Yay! Oh wait, it wasn't a typo. It was a, oh I see. It was a different context. text. Got it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm being really mean. Love, I'm so happy to miss stream. We're so happy to have you, cutie pie. I'm sorry I'm so mean. I didn't mean to be mean. How you been? It's been a while since I popped in last. It has, Esme. It's great to see you, though. I've been well. How much longer are we going for today? We are going for about a little under an hour. A little bit under an hour. Just cleared 2 driveways of snow. Oh my God, ready to relax, I bet. Holy. Oh shit, actually, we need to go on a break. that just reminded me. Cutie pies, let's go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darling sisters, I'll see you as a reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Listen up, I'll miss you terribly, but I will see you soon. Mwah. Cutie pies, welcome back. Alrighty, we have returned. I'm just gonna move this over there. There we go. Welcome back, Precious Patricia. Welcome. Oh, welcome in and welcome back, Zealous Zelda. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. Oppies for you. Oppies for you. Welcome back, Suda Seti. Welcome back, Nix Matos Celeste Jam Slice. Welcome back, Valiant Vash. Welcome back, Lovely Lav. Okay. I'll stay by this little one's side for now. Please go see if you can find that old herbalist, won't you? Lovely Lav! Thank you so much for the 125 stream streak! That is amazing. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for your dedication, sweetheart. Uppies for you, uppies for you, uppies for you, uppies for you. Huxie, welcome back, fabulous Huxie. I'm lurking whilst playing too. Let's go. No worries at all, cutie Huxie. Amazing. Thank you so much for being here, sweetheart. I really appreciate you lurking. I'm getting power from you playing and being the ultimate Pokemon champion. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Tao, for a split second, I thought you were chibi. Your chibi was wearing some round glasses, but they were just your big round eyes. Yes, that's them. Tao! Zara! How are you? It's good to see you, sweetheart. Welcome in. Welcome, Zara. Sweetest shout out. Thank you for contributing to the community game night and the storytelling stream as well. We gotta help the Fennekin. Poor little Fennekin. Alright, we gotta go talk to this guy, wherever the fuck he is. Still trying to figure out how to live with longer nails. I've literally never had long nails in my life. It takes a lot of getting used to, Lav, and especially if you haven't like organically grown them out and you just get them plopped on, you will commonly scratch yourself. So didn't know if you saw, but the new DLC dropped yesterday. I booked today off work to play it. That's awesome. Really enjoying it, but I'll keep it spoiler free here. Thank you so much, wonderful Huxie. I appreciate you. And I'm so proud of you for taking the time off to enjoy the game. Excellent, excellent. And I'm so happy to hear that you're enjoying the DLC as well. Awesome, awesome. How much does it cost? How much is the DLC? I missed watching your stream very much. Feels good to be here. And it is such a pleasure to have you here as well, Sarah. We've missed having you. Thank you for being here, darling. I hope things are going very well for you. Wish I was exaggerating. Funnily enough, I haven't scratched myself yet. I'm just struggling. I do get that. That's fair. I almost always, when I get like acrylics or something like that, I almost always will clip them to be like a couple of centimeters, maybe, past my natural nail, because especially with acrylics, because they stick on there so thoroughly, by the time that your natural nail grows out like far enough, then it's insanely long. So it's really, really hard. I mean, someone is making a pal with glasses on an emote. That is true, Sutter. I do love that. That is looking so funny and so cute. Are you still in the US? I am, Zara. I am still in the US. It is currently 3:30 in the afternoon on Wednesday. I think it was 30 pounds or thereabouts. Lots to do and an extension of the story. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a bit steep, I would say, for the rest of the game. But if they've implemented a bunch of new stuff like that, like an extension to the story and lots of extra stuff to do, presumably more fashion, then it's okay. I sadly cannot have very long nails. My sexuality forbids it. That is fair. Oh, you're in my time zone. Neat. Oh, nice, Shadow. Look at us go. Sparkly. Sparkly. I'm practicing saying sparkly and not the other S word until I find an S word. This is getting more confusing, isn't it? I kind of died yesterday at your comment about my hands. But Lav, you have such beautiful, elegant hands. Such pretty fingies. I'm very jealous. I have little sausage fingies. I haven't stopped thinking about it. Oh, I hope in a good way. I hope in a good way. Thank you, of course, sweetheart. Thank you for sharing such pretty pictures with us. Beautiful hands. Valiant Vegeta! How are you, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the save. Don't mind if I do. How are you doing? Oh, and thank you for the care package as well. Nom, 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 nom. Delectable. Thank you so much, CD. Okay, I don't know where the fuck I'm going. What the shit? What is... Wait, down here. But there's also a... Oh, fuck. There's... Oh, we'll run past like 2 Pokemon centers. Damn it. If Tao's fingers are sausage fingers, then they are bunning sausages because everything about Tao is the best. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that. I tried having long nails once when I was in 8th grade just so I can pick easily. Oh my god. Jesus. I don't know how productive that would be. You'd scratch yourself up pretty bad. My hands look terrible with my natural nails due to how ruined they are from biting them. I mean, even so, you have nice, long, elegant fingies. They're not, you don't have like squashed fingies. So the fact that all you have to do is get like some plastic put onto the tips of your nails and it makes your hands look like model hands is like so good. Why did I even say that? You're just comfortable. That's okay. I'm having to resort to swipe typing on my phone. Yeah, yeah. Otherwise, you hear the like the like. Yeah, I know the feel. I know the feel. I can't have long nails. I can't draw properly with long nails. Yeah, I have to have like short long nails. It's 5:32 and 15 degrees with ice blowing over the roads. Oh my God, Nilo, Jesus. That's crazy. I hope you're staying nice and warm, sweetheart. Hey, could you spare a moment? My Adino is acting a bit strange. It keeps fussing over me and touching me with its feelers way more than it usually does. Adino use their feelers to sense people's health and emotions, but like I keep telling it, I don't need these constant check-ins. I'm fine. Battle me, would you? I feel like that's the only way I can make Adino understand I'm fit and healthy and doing great. A sensitive Adino. I love it. Oh, I'm so glad you do, Nilo. I really, really love, I love the cold as well, but I must confess I've actually never lived in an area where, like, during the winter it's, like, insanely snowy and you have to, like, shovel, driveways and stuff. I've been where it's cold and we've got black ice on the roads and stuff, but... either that or it just doesn't register the letters. Yeah. Oh, look, I'm back to normal! I'm cute again! Yay! Bubble, blah, 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 blah. I think this game is far different from any other game. I'm out of touch to any Pokemon games. Does this game still even have gym leaders? Not that I know of. We're very early in the game still, so I'm sure that things will be unlocked as we go further and further. But so far, you actually, in this game, you rank up through battles, but it's not any, there's no like gym leaders. The cold out here is like my wife, aggressive. She thinks she is healthy, but maybe Audino senses something up, right? Like a guide dog. And Tau has also lived in Tasmania. That's true, but we don't get like active snow, like you don't have to shovel feet of snow, you know? Sorry I was slow to respond. That's okay, Vegeta, no worries at all. I'm heading out to work, saw the Discord ping from earlier, so had to make sure to at least lurk in triumphant Tau's chat. Sweetest, valiant, most valiant Vegeta, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support, darling. I hope that you have a great day at work, and you don't need to apologize for being slow to respond, sweetheart. You are always welcome to not say anything at all, or to be super talkative. I will never be like, wow, you're not even talking. Oh wow, she did sneak up on you. If you lived in a snowy area like I do, you'd fully understand why I am a summer person. See, I'm such a winter person. Maybe that's partially because I don't have to shovel snow. Listen to the nurse lady. Hope you like my fluff ball. I did, Vegeta. You did a great job with it. Awesome work. We lost, but I'm so glad we got to face you. It's been so long since I've had a Pokemon battle. It really helped to clear my head. I thought I was doing fine, but maybe I was burnt out without even realizing it. That's what you wanted to tell me, wasn't it, Audino? You absolute sweetie. Bless your heart. I hear you loud and clear. Let me know whenever I'm overdoing things, okay? I'll listen to you next time for sure. Oh, that's cute. You heading out, Vegeta? Have a great day at work, sweetheart. We appreciate you. Thank you for the lurk, darling. We'll see you later, okay? Have a great, great day. Went from blistering heat to hockey weather over half the year. Ay. That sounds... Yeah, that sounds like a lot. It's a pretty vast change. Oh, hey, it's a Pokemon you farm for XP! Oh, that's so sad. Poor Pokemon. Have a wonderful day, sweetheart. I would rather freeze in bed than sweat like a monkey. It's so specific. But I do get it. I would also rather be like freezing in bed and just have to get more blankets than the alternative. Called it! Well done. I'm a winter person through and through, but I love my reptiles. I don't make sense. You can love your reptiles, just give them like a focused heat lamp, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. Because the rest of the place can be nice and cold, as long as they're warm. I love cold weather so much. Same, yeah. I have one in my playthrough in Black 2. I caught it because it's cute. It is very cute though. That's true. It's pretty cute. Okay, where the fuck am I? All right, we're gonna go capture some Pokemon centers. Australian winter is best winter. I do really hate Aussie summers, so I agree. Aussie winter is great. Absolutely spectacular. As someone who's had some of the worst winter experiences, I still miss the good snows. Aww. You mean like the nice powdery stuff? How many snowmen have you guys made in your lives? Or how many like snow sports have you played in your lives? Don't ask how many I fought just to level up my starter. Just don't tell the Audino about that, the one you caught. Otherwise it'll be afraid for its life. There's another. Oh, wait. Oh, that one's okay. I've already unlocked that one. Okay, hold on. Oxy! Thank you so much for contributing to the community game night challenge, hun. I appreciate it. Oh, fuck. It's on the other side. At least it's near the end. Never seen snow. I saw snow before I was sentient. I saw snow before I was sentient. I saw snow when I was a little embryo. I'm talking 3-foot snows that are dreadful to drive in, but create some of the most beautiful landscapes I've ever seen. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it is. Snow does really make something look like a fantasy, doesn't it? Summers everywhere can be pretty sucky depending on how close they are to the poles. Like summers in Ireland, Quebec, Scandinavia, and New Zealand would probably have to be my favorites. Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. I was like, one! Oh, you were out of the womb! Okay, okay, okay. I mean, there's probably photos of you in snow then. Thank you for the fart, Huxley. Much appreciated. Yes, but too young to remember. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. My dad is always like, Tao, do you remember when we took you to this thing? And I'm like, no. And then I'm like, how old was I? And he goes, oh, you were like 4. And I'm like, right. So, no, I don't remember that. Let's see. Better not miss again, Audino, or you're going into the XP grinder. That's so mean. But yes. Okay, so we got 100% there, 100% there. Oh, I guess if they got the crown on them, that probably means that we got them all. But that's spot. Okay, let's go over here. I feel like the days are passing faster now, and I think that's just because we only started to have days pass, like, this stream. I think before that it was all, I think before that it was all, tutorial. Black ice, I do not recommend. No, I have pretty much my entire life I lived in a place where, so you don't get very much snow, you do get a little bit, but you do get black ice constantly. Very scary stuff. The last time I saw snow, it was very thin on the road after the plows went through, but miraculously there were no potholes left. That's nice. That's good, at least until, and then for some reason they reappeared when it got hot out. It did actually snow where I live once when I was 2 or 3. My parents still have a photo and let me say it was weird to see my back garden with a thin layer of snow over it. I bet. Not often you get thanked for farting. You get thanked for everything here, Huxley. You get thanked for existing here. Blue is curled up next to me. Why is he so cute sometimes? That's so cute. It's his only survival trait. Storm! That's so mean. We don't have snow in the Philippines. Yeah, too tropical probably. Is it this way or no, this way? I'm so lost. This is just mega annoying. Oh, thanks for the shards. Sorry for getting so sharp with you. I just got so darn confused. Did you know you can set your map so it rotates based on which way you're facing? It's in the settings in the main menu. Some people might like that dizzying whirl, but I think I'm going back to a nice steady outlook. Summers in Arizona suck! I had a pair of shoes melt to the concrete! Were you wearing the shoes? Were you moving in them? That's horrifying. Oh my gosh. Except in Bagua. Am I saying that? Bagua? 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 Sorry. I'm so uneducated. Never saw snow, but seen hail a couple of times. Yeah, we got hail in Tassie like a few weeks ago, and I was like, why the fuck do? And it was thick stuff. I was like, why? I feel like this is a universal experience, but has anyone else's mom ever introduced you to a family member or person you have no memory of, but supposedly knew you as a baby? Oh yeah, my parents do that a lot. And you just have to awkwardly smile and nod along to everything they say. Yes, indeed, absolutely. Oh, wow, you were moving and they melted. That's crazy. Holy. Yikes. Would not want to be on that pavement without, proper footwear. God, that makes me really concerned for anyone who has, like, dogs in Arizona and don't care enough to, like, put the little booties on. They could get so hurt. Imagine being told that IRL. You can make your map rotate with, which will make sure you're facing, with which way you're facing in your settings. And then you're just like, yeah, okay, crazy lady. But then you realize you're in the Matrix. Ah yes, Arizona summer. Literally hell. Oh my god, how the fuck am I going? Where is this? About to clock off of work. Gotta get my things ready. Big hugs and love to all. Absolutely, sweetheart. I hope that work went well, darling. Thank you for coming in. We'll see you soon. Yeah, thank you for being here, honey. Once saw a road sign at a bridge in Kimberley that said, avoid traversing bridge in 40+ degree heat. Road subject to melting! No thanks! That's awful. It's scary. They do get hurt. I've seen some nasty paw burns. Poor babies. Why don't people give enough shits about their pets? It makes me so sad. The puppies deserve better. This is so annoying. Can I crouch under here? Oh my god, you gotta be joking. Okay, you'll traverse along this plank. Aha. Okay. See you soon, Valiant Bash. Always like the map facing north, or I get lost. Looking at you, Google Maps. Oh yeah, Google Maps can be pretty fucking bad for it. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Can I roll? Oh, yeah! Oh, wait, no. Fuck, the sparkles came through the floor, so I thought it was the... Damn it! Shit. Ah! Ooh, nice. Okay, okay. Okay. Hold on. Yes! Okay, no more sparkles for you. No more sparkles for you. Boo. You can cook an egg in it? Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff where, like, a lot of videos where people are, like, actively just cooking eggs and bacon and stuff on the street or on, like, a car hood, and I'm just like, holy. Kimberly has really cool rock monitors. Rock monitors. I gotta run and clock into my 12-hour shift! Oh, all good, sweetie. Hun, I hope that you have a great day at work. Thank you so much for coming in and spending some time with us, Anito Nilo. I appreciate you. Hopefully we'll see you again in the not-too-distant future. Thank you so much for coming in. And best of luck at work as well. I could just imagine having a setting on Google Maps where the GPS voice is a very militant Karen. Gaza, turn right now! What did I say? What did I... Chaka Yui! OSHA would hate this place. Yeah, really. I baked a batch of cookies inside the car. Wait, really? Oh my god. God, the platforming this game, awful. Why couldn't they just give you a normal jump button? I am wondering that too. The lack of a jump button is killing me, dude. You have to roll into everything and you can't control it, and someone in Arizona used the power of the sun to make a death laser. That sounds like an Arizonian thing to do. Ah, finally. Like, oh my god, who taught you how to drive? Ah! It's a Fletchender. Okay, I still need to make my way over to whoever I'm trying to help here. Jesus, it feels like they're so far away. So far away. Doesn't anybody stay in one place anymore? This sucks! I should have caught you, you little bastard. What a penthouse. Oh my god. Someone to make a death laser, like, this city feels perfect for web slinging, and yet we cannot do such a thing, which makes no sense to me. Why can't we? Wait, I can catch you. Not you, not you, not you, not you, the flying one. Okay. Rock smash! Oh, okay, no, I'm lying, I'm kidding. Okay, dogs. Dinosaur. I meant to say dinosaur. May I? Oh my god, please. Oh, no. Fuck. Hey, y'all, can we swear now? All kids have been banned on Twitch in Australia. I feel so bad for young people and getting banned on Twitch. I really do think that's pretty fucked up. Wait, a friend! Ah! Good morning, Swedish Shredder. How are you? It's good to see you, hon. Welcome. How are things going? I am having fun catching Pokemons, indeed. I hope you're having a really wonderful day. Time to put some speed to the test. Forgot my cord in the car and I can't have my phone dying during a Tau stream. It'd be blasphemy, I tell you. Blasphemy! I appreciate you, sweetheart. Don't be unsafe though. Don't be unsafe though. Ooh. Tau, use better balls. But won't I impress you guys with my skills if I can catch things with Pokeballs and not Great Balls and Ultra Balls and Master Balls? Finding many Sparklies, just don't try to replace Sparkle. That's true, I need to not say Sparklies. Sparklies, okay. Other word not. Okay, ready? Whee! Well, sure, I'm glad I got caught a foot above the ground again. Ow. Yeah, under 16s, the social media law came into effect. Exactly. I'm never gonna catch an Abra, dude. They are elusive AF. Yeah, but it's smarter to use better balls. Yeah, that's true. That is a good point.
Maybe I'll try it out.
A friend? There's a banner at the top of Twitch down here. In compliance with Australia's social media minimum age SMMA law, Twitch will no longer allow new users in Australia under the age of 16 to create a Twitch account effective December 10, and existing Australian Twitch users under the age of 16 will have their accounts deactivated on January 9. That sucks, dude. Holy shit. Like, I have a really complex relationship with it, right? Because I do believe that social media is a scourge in like 80% of cases, but there is also something to be said for the 20% where it does help people, you know, keep in contact and stuff like that. But for like young ones, I don't know if you need it like earlier than 15 or 16, you know what I mean? But the reason that the Aussie government is doing this is more for like a surveillance thing, in my opinion. I think they are just like really excited about getting everyone's info and being able to hide it behind the law of being like, well, we have to make sure you're over 18, so you better sign in with your Medicare card or your ID or show us your passport or blah, 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 you know? Sucks. Just need to get lucky and more stealthy. That's true, I do need to get more sneaky. Definitely wonder how they'll police that. Yeah, I watched a little op-ed while I've been out here from ABC, and there's like this 15-year-old girl who's got like 50,000 followers over on TikTok, and she and her mom are sitting there, and she's like, I'm gonna find a way around it. I don't care. And her mom's like, yeah, I'm gonna support her in finding a way around it, so. But still, privacy is dying. Yeah, that's the problem. The privacy issue is a big problem. The hacking will just be exponential. Yeah, it's very scary. Daddy Google needs more. It does. It wants more.
Oh, Slurpuff, you know how I hate seeing you in a foul mood like this. Why don't we try to get you your favorite treat? Would that make things better? Maybe we can ask this trainer here for a bit of help. Hi there, stranger. My Slurpuff here is... oh, well, it's on strike, you might say. It's refusing to work. Usually I can get it feeling perked up in no time with its favorite treat from Cafe Soleil. But I'm on the clock, so I can't head there myself. Do you think you could help me out by taking my Slurpuff to Cafe Soleil for me? It isn't that far. You'll find it if you head down to South Boulevard and keep going straight.
Can do. I'd answer, but the answer I have regarding this goes to a very dark place. Yeah, probably not the right spot for it then, but, mods notes on accounts they ban, leaving little we don't talk to them notes so everyone judges them, for example? Wait, really? That's crazy. Dude, I would ban a mod if I saw that. I would be like, you are not judging people, and telling people not to speak to people. That's fucked. People on the internet lie? What is this? I got age checked on a server on Discord, and I just needed to turn on my camera and open and close my mouth twice, and then I was fine. And the article on Twitch on age verification says that similar face scans can also be used to verify. Yeah, but that's the thing. They'd probably be taking pictures of your face and, you know, feeding it to whatever they want, kind of, which is spooky. It doesn't feel like a big deal, but it's one of those things where it's just invading more and more privacy. That's a strange looking child. Yeah, it is, isn't it? And safe with 2% left to spare. Nicely done, Tinge. Excellent work, sweetie. I have no idea where this, okay. Mission list, side. Oh wow, we have a few of these. Okay. Okay, I'm close to this one, so we'll go there first. Wait.
Ha! Wait, no! Wait, this way!
What is that? Oh, it's a banner. Twitter wants to verify my age, but it comes up with a button that says Open X app, and when I click it, it brings up the same page, so it's an endless loop of Open X app while it's already in the app. Oh my god. Like, honestly, if you're gonna execute stuff that's gonna take people's privacy away, couldn't you at the very least, be bothered to, like, make sure it's working? You got routes? Yes! We have routes, lovely Zara. We will be sure to evolve them because a lot of people really like them. I'm just saying, people with a baby face would have issues with stuff like that anyway, privacy issues aside. That is true, that's a good point. The news reporting has asked, it asked a bunch of kids in Oz, do they know how to access the net beyond the ban? And most common answer was not yet, but nah, I wouldn't do it, not yet. Yeah, exactly, yeah, it's not yet. We are slowly entering a dystopia with the age verification literally destroying the internet as we know it. Dead internet theory. Bah, bah, bah. I have a problem with being verified as an adult with facial scanners. I have a baby face. That means you're gonna look very young when you're very old, Lav. That's a good thing. Do you know this Pokemon evolution? I do. I haven't actually implemented them in my party before, but I have evolved them all the way through. Easy. Oh, if it isn't Slurpuff! I see you've got a new friend with you today. I don't know where you've left poor Moose, but I assume that you want your usual. Thank you for escorting Slurpuff. Please, sit back and relax a moment as well. Wow, look at all of those. Yes, it's tasty, huh? At least 20 other countries and various US states are watching this implementation of the laws to consider their own based on results. Yeah, that is true. And for you, a Soleil blend. But why?
coffee is the least I can offer to anyone who's kind enough to keep an eye on Slurpuff.
Everything better now?
I'm sure Slurpuff is happy as a clamper.
We better be getting paid back for this. Uh-huh. Oh. I didn't have to bring him back.
I got a break, so I came to collect my Slurpuff. And is my grumpy little marshmallow feeling all better now? Looks like you're back in high spirits. I knew the Soleil's sweet smorgasbord would do the trick. And as a thanks for bringing Slurpuff here for me, I've got a gift for you. Some whipped dream.
Whipped dream, eh? My god, look how derpy it is. It's pretty fucking derpy.
Okay, let's get back to the Shutterbug. We can't leave our own customers waiting, now can we?
Sweet corn soup for lunch!
Stop! That's delicious! That sounds so good.
This Pokemon has 2 evolutions, one you can obtain from a specific condition. Won't speak any further than this if you don't know it. Oh! I've definitely seen both. I actually don't know how they deviate them.
No matter what setbacks they might have, they go right back to being fast friends in a flash. The relationship between a trainer and their Pokemon really is something magical, isn't it?
Whipped dream? Alright, let's see here. Oh, right, I wanted to... I have a few more side quests. I want to go... Let's go save the Fennekin, man. Like... We love derpy things in this house. We do. They're so cute. Once I level up, the other one you'll have to find out for yourself. Oh. I did not actually realize that there was... I think I thought that it was a 4-stage evolution, but it's not. Ralph's gender, male or female? This one is... female. You know how Aspen is going on hiatus shortly? I do! We're gonna miss her so much. Imagine if Tau... Get it, you know. Vaporeon. No, but I'm getting a Jolteon because it's my favorite Pokemon. My Jolteon is my lead Pokemon in every single Pokemon game I play. Woo! Jackpot, baby! I know you like the females, don't you, Seru? Yes? Hello? What do you need? Are you the herbalist? Ah, I see. A Fennekin that's feeling poorly, Fennekin are known to eat twigs for an energizing and soothing snack. I imagine a revitalizing twig in particular could perk your Fennekin right up. But the area where I used to gather them is now a part of Wild Zone 5. You can tell a revitalizing twig by its sweet scent, though it won't be easy to find one while fending off attacks from wild Pokemon. Oh, okay, it's a 2-phase quest. It's not weird. Bro's wearing a North Face jacket, he totally is. Perk your Fennekin right up sounds like a good plan, perking up the Fennekins. We love Fennekins in this house, they are babies. Night is falling over the city, but hopefully not before I can find this thing for the Fennekin. Ah, I'm stuck. Okay, I survived. Fuck, what the hell? What? It says it's inside of the... Interruption! Friendly reminder, you have a chest spin. Oh, that's true! Good point, good point. I gave her my phone number and managed to convince her to text me, so I will be able to keep the pouch updated on her. Yay! Thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate that. We would love to make sure that our beloved Aspen is doing well. I'm literally just going around in circles, dude. Damn. I wish that I could, I have a class to teach in about half an hour, so I need to hop off and, get that prepared for my student. But, so we might save here, even though I really was hoping that we'd get further in to, like, I would like to be, like, level, or Y, I guess the rank Y. Does the battle zone nighttime in this game have a real-time timer? I think it does, actually. I think it might. What is this? Oh, right, that's the ZA route. Thank you for the save, sweet pie. Okay, don't mind if I do. Let's do it again. Make an account. Thank you, sweetheart. Oh, TauTassieTiger! Yes, Zara! Zarl Gaxi! Alright, cuties, give me just a second. I'm just, trying to... Come on. Come on. Go into the thing. 1 second. Why are we struggling here? There we go. Okay. Made it. Ah, thank you for the care package, Fabulous Flash. Appreciate you. Yummy. Thank you. Uppies for Nix. Uppies for you. Uppies for Awesome Ozzy. Oh, you know who we could go and see? We can finally go and see Resident Hearts. We haven't gotten to raid into him because I'm never in the right time zone. But we're gonna go see Resident Hearts, who, by the way, is the person who did all of my sound alerts. So yeah, if you would like to go and commission him, I know that Platinum Rhythm in particular is available for comms. Top tip, the circle around the map shows you how long is left in the... Oh, in the day and night cycles! What? That's amazing! Thank you, Huxie. That is super handy to know. Thank you. And hi there, Joyce Jasmine. Welcome in. How are you? I miss teaching too, but I used to be an art instructor for children who want to learn painting. That's so cool, honey. That is so cool. All right, darlings. Listen, I'm going to see you in about a week, maybe slightly less than that, I think, possibly. But we will be doing some more...
Raw, darling.
Raw, darling, indeed. I think that we're going to be doing some... Hold on, I'm going to check right now. Yeah, okay, so our next stream will be... Oh, it's Wednesday. Oh, actually, it'll be in just a few days. It's not even a week. And we'll be doing some more ZA. So come on back in then, okay? Thank you guys so much for joining me, sweethearts. It has been such an incredible pleasure. You guys take the best care of yourselves. If you're going to sleep, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. And you guys, please make sure that you take the best care of yourselves because you know I would take the best care of you. Bye-bye, cuties, uppies for all my precious pals. Let's go see lovely Resident Hearts now.